Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. For those participating virtually, when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is contested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation. When an application is uncontested, the committee may not require a presentation. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. First of all, does anyone have any conflicts in this afternoon's agenda? None recorded. All right. I believe we don't have any minutes to approve, Mr. Secretary Treasurer. Deferral requests.
There are no deferrals that we're aware of for the 2 p.m. time slot.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so our first item is item number 10, 23 SIFTON Court. This is for a front addition with an integral garage deferred from August 28th, 2025. Variances are for east side yard setback, building length, and front yard setback. We have on file a survey, plans, arborist report, a community planning report, and ravine and natural feature protection conditions. Do we have our applicant?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Victor Gidberg. I'm an architect, and I'm representing the owners of this property.
Thank you very much. And do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, actually, we made some changes before, after we deferred application back in August, as a result of working with Toronto Region Conservation Authority for fulfilling some of their conditions. And whatever is presented to you today is actually our final design.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience here on this item? Nope. All right. I don't think we need a presentation, but if panel wants one.
Just a quick question. So the reason for deferral was working with TRCA? Is that?
That is correct. Yeah, basically our original proposal was we proposed an extension to front extension to this building in shape of the two-car garage, and we are converting the existing premises, which was the existing garage, into living space. So TRCA had problem with this conversion because this property is in the flood zone, and they typically don't support extension of living space in the flood zone. So we settle on to use this space as a storage space and bicycle space rather than living extension to the living room. So that's was our only change, but the shape of the addition and shape of the proposed extension stays the same. So there's no alteration.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you explain on the floor plan where the change was made, where it's a storage space now?
Yeah, the front portion of like basically it was existing garage. The building is on an L shape. Yeah. So as you can see, the front portion is two-car garage, and the space behind it, where you can see double
area behind, right? Where you've got
double door facing backyard.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
The fact that it's a storage room, that addresses the concerns that TRICA had. Is that correct? Because
absolutely, yeah, that is correct. Yeah, they didn't want to see extra living space in this location, so we settled on just making it extended garage with storage space, bicycle space, and some workshop maybe, but not.
And that's the main floor plan received on October the 10th. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. We submitted new plans after we deferred the application back in August.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Ready to take this into committee? Okay. Mr. Allison?
Sure. It's a pretty straightforward application. I don't have any concerns with this. Seeing it, there's no objection. Ready to bring a motion unless my colleagues have any comments they'd like to make. Okay, I'll bring a motion to approve the subject application, and I don't see any conditions from staff, so that would be without. Yes, Mr. Nipple.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to have the main floor developed as per the main floor plan dated October the 10th? Because that's the one with the change.
Yeah, that's a good amendment. Yes, and subject to condition. We'll make it subject to the condition that the building be developed substantially in accordance with the Mr. Niffel, you were referencing the main floor plan dated, help me out here.
October the 10th.
October the 10th, 2025.
All right, seconder, Mr. Nipfel, all in favor? That's unanimous. The application has been approved. All right, item number 11, 87 HILLHURST Boulevard. This is an application for a new detached dwelling with an integral garage deferred from October 9th, 2025. The variances are for parking space access, building length, and floor space index. On file, we have a survey, previous minutes, plans, transportation review memo, urban forestry memo, urban forestry conditions, and the previous agenda package from October 9th, 2025. All right, our applicant is in front of us. All right, welcome. Name and address first, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Maya Marchese. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 87 Skyway Avenue.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to make to the application?
There are no changes today. The public notices. Correct.
All right. Do we want a presentation or do we have questions? Mr. Allison?
I have just a question. I think I can't speak for my colleagues, but urban forestry raised some concern about a boulevard tree. They're recommending refusal of the application. I want to give the app that's really my one concern. So maybe we can focus discussion on that unless colleagues have any other pressing concerns.
That is my question too.
Mine as well.
All right.
Okay.
So do we want the site plan up to see so we can have the context of the tree in question?
And could we just clarify, the tree's been taken down, I think.
Correct.
We got an added report that said the tree had been taken down, but they're still concerned that the driveway as proposed would prevent a replacement tree. My question, tagging on to what Mr. Allison said, Is there any way you can reconfigure this driveway to allow for a replacement tree?
Through you, Madam Chair, with the way that the driveway is proposed, there isn't space for a tree on it. I have discussed the proposal with urban forestry staff. He has acknowledged that it is a unique situation with this property being on a corner lot. It is well treed. There are going to be 4 city-owned trees retained on the property. Based on a visit of the site, looking at many of the properties nearby, typically there's 1 or 2 city-owned trees on the property. So even without a replacement tree of that 5th tree, there will still be 4 city-owned trees retained on the property.
And one of those trees is on HILLHURST, right?
And one of those trees is on
The
HILLHURST.
rest are on the side street.
Yeah.
Mona Drive. Okay.
Sorry, a quick question.
Mr.
So
Marziari?
with the proposed driveway, it's not resulting any mature tree removal, correct? So it's already removed, that tree, the subject tree.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that tree has already been removed
Okay.
by the city.
Any further questions of the applicant?
I mean, I
Mr.
guess
Ellison?
what came of it? So we've got some discussion going on with urban forestry. Are they requesting a replacement tree? And if so, were there any other locations explored? I mean, you're not replanting a mature tree, so I can't imagine, it's going to be hard to find a place for a 5th tree if urban forestry is requesting.
So, the reason that a replacement tree is required is because it's a city-owned tree, it was removed by city forestry operations, and so a replacement tree is mandatory. We have had discussions with urban forestry staff looking for a location for a replacement tree. Because the property is already so well treed by such mature trees, there is not space elsewhere on the property for another city-owned tree. And due to that, we don't have a place to replant one. With that said, there is other places on the property with soft landscaping that the owner will be planting more trees and contributing to the city's tree canopy. That just won't be city-owned trees.
Okay, and did the determination that there wasn't another adequate place for planting a new tree on the city boulevard, did that come from forestry or did that come from you guys, that determination?
Our arborist proposed a replanting spot on Mona Boulevard
Yep.
where we're going to be proposing to close that driveway, and it was determined by urban forestry staff that that's not an appropriate location because of other trees that are there, and that there isn't another location on the boulevard to plant another city-owned tree.
Yeah, very well. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So do they take money for a tree somewhere else in the city? Or is it just not possible to plant a tree, so you don't have to plant a tree? I'm just confused at the end result here with forestry. They want us to, so they want us to turn down the driveway and have a tree. Is that correct? Sure.
I don't think it's a reasonable thing by urban forestry.
Let's just
It's
pull it
not
up and
fair for
see.
the applicant.
That's what I was trying to determine. Oh, I see. Result in the loss of a planned replacement tree.
Okay.
And-
I missed the word planned in there, meaning the tree had already been removed. Okay, fair enough.
All right. I think we understand the issue.
Yeah.
All right.
Understand, while we're on this memo, if I could ask a question of my colleagues.
Mhm.
The second paragraph. So if we felt that this was unreasonable, the second paragraph says, in the event that the application is approved, so in which case we ignore that particular concern about the replacement tree. Forestry recommends that it be subject to TPR condition number 1, which in fact wouldn't apply because there's no tree to injure.
Did we have a permit to,
Through you, Madam Chair, that's why forestry sent us follow-up email 2 days ago to say that
Madam Chair, this one was
Should-
clarified earlier, that number 1 wasn't going to be applicable.
right.
Okay.
This is the application that we had,
That's the one, okay.
Thank you for the
we
reminder.
had to follow up from forestry by way of email.
Thank you. All right. So I think we know we've got the information we need. All right. Thank you. We'll take it into committee.
There, sort of, the denial still stands.
I see
It's
that.
just a reference to condition one, if approved, does not.
Right. Okay. Does someone want to start the conversation? Mr. Nipfeld?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I think this is a very reasonable application, and I don't think that there is a reasonable alternative here. I'm inclined to think that what forestry is requesting is in this case, not possible unless one reconfigures the entire project, and I'm not sure where you would put the entrance. So I'd be inclined to not support the recommendation of the forestry department. I would, however, recommend approval of the rest of the application subject to the transportation conditions, and I'd suggest that there be an additional condition added to make sure that the rear patio remains open on 3 sides so that it doesn't get enclosed as an interior room.
All right.
Is that a motion?
Is that your
Okay,
motion? A motion?
motion.
Please make it a motion.
Sorry. Oh, okay, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the transportation conditions that we have had sent to us, and subject as well to the open patio at the rear of the property to remain open on 3 sides.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Mr. Marziari, thank you. All in favor? That's unanimous. Application's been approved. Welcome. All right. Number 12, 18 Cobden Street. This is an application to construct a new 2-story fourplex building and a 2-story ancillary structure garden suite in the rear yard of the property. This application was previously deferred by Committee of Adjustment on November 6, 2025. We have variances for rear yard setback, rear platform encroachment into rear yard, architectural feature encroachment into rear yard, and garden suite coverage. On file, we have minutes from the previous meeting, a survey, plans, a counselor letter, a community planning report, a memo from Toronto Water, correspondence from Toronto Building regarding bicycle parking, letters of concern, and some letters of objection. And the previous agenda package from November 6, 2025. I think that is it in terms of what we have on file. And I believe we have a number of people in the audience on this item. Is that correct? The people in the back. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. We have our applicant. Welcome. I don't think, is the microphone on?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and member of the committee. My name is Ali Malikzadeh, and I'm architect and also presenting the application behalf of the owner.
And your address?
236 Les Mills Road.
Thank
Toronto.
you. And before we begin, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
In terms of the variances, no. But we had a discussion with the neighbor through to the councillor office. And we made we respond to the concern that the neighbor had. I submit those drawings to the councillor office, and also I submitted to the committee, but unfortunately I don't see those drawings on the portal.
Maybe when were they submitted?
It was, I think 3 days ago, I submitted.
Right, we're just checking to see if we have them. There were,
It's not in our package. I think
No?
the latest drawings that we have is December.
If it's a late submission, it's not going to be in your package. It's considered a late submission because it did not meet the deadline.
all right, I guess it didn't meet the deadline. So,
If we can pull it up though in IBM in our own system, we'll try.
okay,
Okay, so what's before you is a date stamp one, but again, this was not in your package because it was submitted late.
okay.
But this is in our application information center and it's publicly viewable.
Okay, so perhaps you'd like to make a presentation
Yes.
and through your presentation, address those comments or changes
Yes.
that you made in response to the residents'
Of
concerns.
course.
Okay, thank you.
The most I think important item in the variance that I think brought a lot of attention of the neighbor was the proposed rear setback. And if we can pull up the site plan on the screen, this property has a very odd shape in terms of the lot, and then it was a severance from the north property in few years back, I believe. And if we can have the site plan, that would be great. Yes. No, still is not. I think the page before this one. Yeah, if we can zoom that. That's a survey. Yes, the site plan in that corner. So the site has the depth. If we can see at the north part of the site where that we proposing a garden suite, the site length or the lot length is going to be from the COBDEN all the way to behind on the left side, west side of the garden suite. So examiner is taking that as a lot length, and then based on the zoning requirement, we have to be 25%. The rear setback has to be 25% of that lot length. And given the shape of the lot to the west side, which is stepping back towards the west, that's a technical issue, and then we cannot have that 15 meters setback. So the 15-meter setback is calculated from the west side of the lot to the house. But what we have right now, where the house is proposed to the first line of the rear yard, is 8 meters. If we don't have we didn't have the extension of the lot the way it is on the west side, our proposed lot, our proposed building and setback was comply with the zoning. But because of the extension of the lot towards to the west, that is stepping back, we cannot comply with that setback, which is 15 meters. So that's why we see the discrepancy in our rear setback. And that rear setback requirement actually is impacted to our proposed deck, which is now encroaching to this rear setback, and then also the architectural element is also encroaching to the rear setback. So that rear setback is impacting the other variants that we have. I just want to emphasize that issue because that's the only issue we have. We are complying with the coverage of the house, the height, front setback, everything else is all complying. And I have to say that my client and the building owner, the property owner, originally he didn't want to go for the committee of adjustment. He said that we're designing something that is comply with the bylaw. But this issue is just came and impact those variants. And then that's why we came for the in front of the committee for those variances. Last time, previous committee, it differed because there was also one variance for the garden suite, and that's a coverage, which was not in our application, and in our it was missed from the notice of committee, and so that's why we deferred it to today. And then also we had neighbors that they had concern. So after the meeting, we had a chance to reach out to the neighbor, and then also reach out to the Councillor Cheng office, and Councillor arranged a meeting with the neighbor. We all met, we heard all the concern, and as a result, which most of the concern was the privacy of the neighbor towards to the north, and then also in the back of the behind of property. So we revised the second floor windows of proposed garden suite that don't have any window on the second floor. If we can see the garden suite front elevation. So as you see, the second floor, we don't have any windows. Only we have two windows at the bottom, which they are behind the fence of the property. So there is no overlooking to the north side property, as well as this as part of this revise. If we can go to the side of the main building. Main building, it has to go up now. So we have a proposed deck at the rear, which we provide the privacy fence on the west side. Is a height of this note over there as on the right side of the elevation. You can see that we proposed that privacy fence, and then also there was a issue and a concern with the proposed windows on that side, which all those windows, they are all going to be film, privacy film, and then a screen. Only the window on the bedroom, which we see on the top, it was a longer window. We shrink the window and then we reduce the height. And then as a bedroom window, we are not able to screen that one, but the other one was all for washroom, and then we point them out. So these was the concern, and then, as I said, mostly was privacy that we respond to them, and then this drawing was submitted to the consular office and also to the neighbor for their review. If there is any question, I can answer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nipfeld, did you have a question? Oh, sorry.
I have a
Mr.
quick question.
Marziari.
So we have an email from Councillor Chan with 5 revisions, 5 items that are revised. So you are compliant with those, right?
Yes. Yeah.
5 items.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? All right. I guess we will start with the residents, and I don't know if you have a spokesperson. I just want to state before we begin that the use, the multiplex use and the garden suite use are permitted. We are not considering whether those should be there or not. So I just want the neighborhood to be aware of that. We are considering the variances that have been requested for those individual uses, but they are permitted uses. So please stick to the variances in terms of your comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Is the
And-
mic on?
Uh,
Can you just? Okay. Yep, that's good. Thank you. So if we can start with your name and address, please.
So my name is Ioana Ionescu. I'm speaking today on my own behalf as the abutting neighbor located at the northwest corner of the property under discussion. I would like to clarify at the outset that I
Sorry, we
have
didn't get your address.
365 Ellerslie,
Oh, thank you.
northwest corner.
Yep.
And I would like to clarify at the outset that I have no objection in principle to a garden suite or a fourplex being constructed where permitted under the city's bylaw. I am not speaking on behalf of I'm not speaking on behalf of the broader neighborhood with respect to the variances themselves. My primary concern in this case relates specifically to privacy impacts, which I have discussed directly with the applicant, as he mentioned. And I would like to acknowledge that and thank to the applicant for proposing several revisions. What he indicated, I'm not going to repeat what he indicated, but The fact that no drawings were submitted, I wasn't sure if that was a serious approach or a promise that will be implemented. And is it? I don't know. I appreciate these measures as good faith attempts to mitigate privacy impacts. The key variances under review remain unchanged. The same application was submitted. The rear setback reduction, building depth, platform encroachment, and resulting massing and density of the fourplex are materially the same as in the original application. And we respectfully leave it to the committee to determine whether the proposed mitigation measures are sufficient to address the impacts created by those variances, and whether taken together, the application satisfies the four tests under the Planning Act. Thank you, and I have
Thank you very much.
whoever wants to continue.
Hello, my name is Richard Perez. I'm a resident of 12 Cobden Street, who's opposing the application to 18 Cobden Street for a variety of reasons that I will cover.
Okay, hold on one sec. Did we clarify your address?
12 Cobden
12
Street.
Crofton, thank you.
Okay.
So we'll just restart the clock for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not only on my behalf, but also for a bunch of neighbors that originally submitted paperwork. There's 120 signatures. The first major issue I will highlight, but I won't spend too much time on because I was told that to focus on the variances. But based on Toronto Water's previous basically letter, the development is going to basically disrupt the complex sewer and drainage system that passes through the property. It basically is the remainder of an old creek that goes underground in all properties. And according to Toronto Water's own letter, the proposed development threatens to seriously interfere with the system, which could cause flooding to numerous properties. The area already has a history of flooding. Toronto Water outlined numerous requirements that have to be met before any development can occur to this property. But you can if you look at Toronto's letter, as per position, the current development is actually problematic with a lot of the requirements that Toronto Water wants. The most basic one is that the waterway, if you look at the outline of the property, it basically is primarily situated in that 16-foot gap or property aligning the two larger parcels. And they've asked for an easement, which basically means that if an easement is placed in that position where the waterway is, you're blocking any surfacing from the rear lot to the major parcel on 18 Cobden Street, which basically creates a problem in general for any garden suite. But I'll focus now on the more important issues, which are to the variances. I'll highlight that the applicant has asked to drastically change several different rear yard setback requirements for the main residence. For example, the applicant has asked to reduce the required distance from the main residence's rear to the rear property at border at 363 Ellerslie Avenue by 45%. Once the additional structures and additional setback reductions are considered, there's less than 4.5 meters to that rear yard property, which is 363 Ellerslie, which has a physical residence only a few feet from that border. At the same time, this reduction in rear yard setbacks basically seals in the backyard at the adjoining 361 Ellerslie property, which would not be the case under the currently acceptable guidelines. So these requests are drastic, negatively impact multiple neighbors whose properties are basically observing the acceptable guidelines currently. The applicant has not really provided any valid reasons why such requests should be granted. Numerous other properties basically follow the guidelines, and such requests are also unlikely to be compatible with Toronto Water's submitted guidelines, since the water system is basically situated in the land right behind the main residence. The third major issue I will highlight is that the applicant has asked to include a garden suite within the current proposal, which as currently outlined cannot simply be characterized as an actual garden suite. The proposed garden suite is presently described as 25% larger than current guidelines allow, resulting in over 1,600 square foot house, 3 bedrooms, multiple bathrooms, second floor. This makes the garden suite bigger than some actual detached houses in the neighborhood. Many garden suites have been built already in Toronto according to the guidelines. There's no discernible reasons why this should be an exception. The garden suite is also a potential fire hazard. It's considerable distance from the nearest fire hydrant, which necessitates extra safety measures. However, the extra measures required in these situations are designed for garden suites that are 25% smaller than the present proposal. The applicant wants to ignore the very definition of a garden suite and simultaneously benefit from guidelines that specifically allow garden suites to be constructed very far from the nearest fire hydrant. These are incompatible requests. So in summary, I believe the proposed development should be rejected because the requests are clearly excessive and incompatible with Toronto Water's requirements. Basically, any approval of this application keeps a precedent that the guidelines can basically be ignored, and that clearly negative consequences are acceptable in this situation. So that's my summary, and hopefully that makes it clear. And as I just like to reiterate that there's basically multiple neighbors, 171 signatures, and there's a whole back group that was able to make it. I had to take vacation time to actually come here. I was already deferred once, so I'm making it a point of my time to, make the case.
Thank you very much, and thank you for representing other people. That's really helpful. Were there any questions? No? Is there anyone else in the chamber who wishes to speak on this item? No? Okay, great. Online, do we have some people? All right.
Through you, Madam Chair, be unmuted. I believe Ben Louis.
All right.
Yes, I got a question. What happened to the parking? Those don't count when someone building a fourplex, right? It's not like duplex, it's like fourplex,
Sir,
right?
can we start with your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm in 291 Betty Ann Drive.
Right, okay. And you have a question for the applicant?
Yes. I mean, like if there's 4 units, and how are the parking taken care?
All right. We'll let the applicant address that. Do you have any other questions or comments?
My comment would be, with a fourplex, there'll be a lot of traffic, will be a lot of like, I guess, how is this managed, like in terms of 4 unit? If they have to maintenance, they have to do any snow shoveling, like who's responsible for all these things, right? Because it's affect their neighborhood from a operation perspective, right?
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I guess, is that everybody or do we have someone else? Okay, so let's bring the applicant back. If you could address the concerns raised by the first resident and then by the person on the phone as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just addressing the last one. So by zoning bylaw, there is no requirement for the parking, and there is no. It's going to be a street parking or the driveway that is already proposed. So there is no requirement for the parking. Going back to the other speaker. Regarding to the Toronto water and then the sewage that they mentioned, we understand that there is a trench, the very old trench that is at the west side of the property at the back, which connect the water, we believe, from the north street all the way down to south, and it connect number 16, 14, 12, they are all getting connected. We received the also notice from and then there is a condition from a water department that they asking for the easement to be registered, and then we acknowledge that condition, and then we accept it, and then that should be taking care of the condition. Our proposed fourplex and garden suite is not going to have any impact to that trench and then surface water management. And then if there is, and then that would be taken care of at the time of the building permit, and then the site grading, which is going to be submitted to the building department, and then engineering for review and then approval. For the fire protection of the garden suite, as per building code, there is a requirement that because of the distance we have to the main road, which is COBDEN, we have to comply with those measurements as per fire department and then building code. And then those is some options for that as per building code, which we are aware of that, and then we are going to take care of that as part of the building permit. We've done project similar, and we know the requirement, and is very easy to comply. There is no issue with that. Again, the major concern of the neighbor was the privacy, and which we comply and we address those concerns. There was some conversation regarding to the fourplex and then the traffic to the area, which you mentioned, and then those are is part of the government and city new guideline and approval. Again, I'm going back to that technical issue we have on this lot, and then the way that is measured for the rear setback, there is no other chance that we could address this, and we had to come to this committee to ask for this relief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Have you seen the report from, who is it from? I guess it's from Buildings advising you that you need bicycle parking?
I'm sorry?
Have you seen the report from Buildings indicating you need bicycle parking?
Yes, we know that, and that's going to be addressed at the building permit and then zoning certification. We know that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Oh, Mr. Allison.
Thank you. Would you be able to just point out the variance for the architectural feature? That's at the rear, right?
At the rear, we have some decorative canopy around the windows that they are like 10 inches, and then they are exceeding, projecting to the rear setback. And then that they are, if we can see the rear setback, we can see that. That is also part of the encroachment to the rear setback. That's what the examiner took.
Can you just point the architectural feature out on the side elevation for me?
It's not on the side elevation.
I think it's on the rear, isn't it?
These are if you go to the building, the main building drawing, just.
The elevations? Or
Yes, on the elevation. Yes, rear elevation.
it encroaches in the rear setback. So
Yeah.
I think it's on the rear of the building.
Or even if we can see the side elevation on the east elevation.
If we're talking about a projection off the rear, it would be captured on a side elevation. It's a
Yes, yes.
projection.
That's the
Otherwise,
rear.
just flat.
Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah. Oh, is it on the second story?
Yes, yes.
Like a little canopy thing.
You see that dark gray line coming just attached to the building?
So it's the canopy for the porch structure, is that?
No, it's a canopy around the window. It's not that bay window. That bay window is permitted, but if you just there is a line. If you see the rear side of the building, above that proposed deck, you see there is two lines just under the roof.
Right.
That's the extension of that canopy. As I said, it's just the 10 inches.
I just want to be mindful, there's people online, but.
Yes, on above, yes, exactly. That little extension, yes, exactly. Because of the amount of the rear setback, which is 15 meters, the whole deck and also that projection of the canopy is all encroachment.
Okay.
That's how they are taking it.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Good. All right, we'll take it into committee. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Who didn't hear me?
No, I have another question. Next speak.
No, we already went through the residents. No.
I'll ask this question. So the one thing I want to say is
We can't, I'm sorry. we'll go out? No. All right. You know what? We'll go out of committee and we'll hear your question. But you have to come to the podium because everybody needs to be able to hear you. And we need your name and address. please.
Okay, my name's Tom Vidiotis.
Uh-huh.
I live at 412 Horsham Avenue, just a couple hundred meters west from this property.
Okay.
Well, one thing that the planner said is that first of all, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak, and the members of the board. There is no parking on the street. He said something about there's parking on the street, but there is no parking on the street. But anyways, the main thing that I wanted to bring to the committee's attention is that during the construction of this garden suite, any heavy equipment that moves through that narrow path is going to go over this underground cement sewer system. It replaces an underground river that was there. So there's concern that might be damaged. That's my concern. And if that is damaged, that's going to affect everybody, including me. That's a couple hundred meters away. There's a high water table there, and that's my big concern. Has there consideration been made for that?
We'll let the applicant address that for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come back and.
When we received a condition from the water department, we asked for some drawing that knows where that trench is and then the underground water. So we are in that communication with the Toronto Water, and then as part of the condition, we have to provide some drawing to them, and then we get their clearance before we moving forward for the building permit. So as part, they are considering all this movement construction, and then if there is any limitation and then guideline, we have to comply with that guideline in order to build the garden suite.
All right.
So we are in communication with the Toronto Water and then building department.
Madam Chair, if you want, we can put that memo up, but it's also in your package from
No,
Toronto
we've
Water.
got the memo. I think we had it up before, didn't we?
Not from Toronto Water.
Oh, I thought we did. No?
Yeah.
All right. I guess I had it on the
Well,
screen.
we'll go down to the recommendation part.
Right.
So that if you approve it, then this
Yeah.
is Toronto Water's request. If you approve the application.
Right. Okay. I think I'm good with that. I was a little surprised they didn't attach a drawing to the memo, but guess you're waiting for that information as well. All right, I think we're ready to take it into committee now. Okay. Anybody want to start? Mr. Allison?
I'd just make a few comments. I think generally, I think the application is supportable. My only concern is specifically with some of the privacy and on-look at the back. It's a unique condition. It's hard, you don't want to blame the applicant for it because they're kind of pressed with a bit of a unique condition at the back. But frankly, it's just, I think, a limitation of the lot. There's obviously some things with the lot that provide opportunity. In this case, for the garden suite, which I think is, largely supportable. But I'm kind of struck a little bit with numerically the variances for the encroachment into a rear yard setback. I think I can get over, but given that the platform is as close as it is to the rear lot line, and given the sight line and on-look, I really wouldn't feel comfortable, I think, with a projection more than 2.5 meters off the rear main wall. In this case, we're looking at just over, I think, 3 meters for that platform. It would have been preferable to not have a platform of that size off there at all. I think if it was a single family home, the expectation is you'd exit, you'd go down a set of stairs, and you'd have a terrace or a patio at grade. I'm just considering the adjacency to the properties with their rear yard along the side. They're going to be basically backing on to the entire side main wall of this, and to exacerbate that with the projection of the canopy and the platform, I'm not quite convinced. But then again, you know, like, yeah, I think if it was reduced slightly, it may help. I don't know how my colleagues feel, perhaps other opinion, but it's that platform, that elevated platform, that is a bit challenging for me. Everything else I'm okay with.
I mean, I agree with you in theory. I guess I believe since the last time the application was considered, there's been discussion with the residents and the counselor, and I believe they have made some privacy amendments to the application, which to address those concerns.
Sure.
I don't know. Mr. Marziari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Allison. I think it's a really odd shape property. We don't see that often in any application. But I looked at it another way. I was trying to understand what would be the rear yard setback if it was like a standard lot, and I would go with the length of the property south of it, and basically it would be the rear yard setback would be 10.7. So to me, the applicant is seeking about 2 meters or even less than 2 meters less rear yard setback, which I think is reasonable. And I think this is the main issue with this application that causing variance 1, 2, 3, and even 4. I don't have any issue with the garden suite. So to me, in general, the application is supportable, and I would vote to approve.
Mr. Nipfel.
My concern has to do with the rear yard setback. As my colleagues have indicated, I think we share that. The actual piece of property that he's working with is a challenge because it doesn't have the depth that the neighbors to the south have. I think that the rear yard that's proposed is very narrow, but what exacerbates it to a point where I don't think is acceptable is that rear deck. I think the rear deck takes activity and the activity of that house and moves it very, very, very close to the side yard of the property to the north. And I think it's just a little too tight. I'm not a fan of these elevated decks because they are a privacy concern. I would be more supportive if you came out of the main floor and went down some stairs to a patio on the ground floor. I wouldn't have as much concern, but I do have concern with this raised deck in this configuration because it's such a small rear yard setback. So I share those concerns with, I think it was Mr. Alliston that indicated those. I have the same concerns.
I'm sorry, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
sorry.
If I can add just answering that.
We're in committee. Do we want to go out of committee? No. All right. So sorry. Had your opportunity. All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
Well, if I may, I'm sympathetic to the fact that there's intensification within the main building to a fourplex. So it's difficult to have a set of stairs to go down to the main level when you have a primary, like you have primary windows from a living room to another unit that are on the basement level. So it's challenging in that regard. But I think maybe perhaps a modified projection or a modified encroachment. It's not much, but you know, the projection right now is just over 3 meters. If they set it at 2.5 meters, it's still pretty, that's a good amount of space to have for a deck, a barbecue, whatever have you. 2.5 is typically like a number that we see in terms of what is acceptable for an encroachment or a rear yard projection. And just given the uniqueness of the lot and some of the constraints, I think I'd be willing to get past some of the larger numbers that come with the rear yard setback. So I don't know, Mr. Nitfill, if you might be supportive in that regard, but I perhaps modify variance number 2 to 9.36 meters. from 9.92. It just takes a little bit off and doesn't turn that into a big, you know, a platform that's above and beyond. I'd be happy to
I
bring a
think I
motion,
support
see
that.
where
I
it
think
goes.
It's a reasonable.
It's minor. I think the overall
Minor.
application,
Put-
it's a very minor
put,
adjustment, but it's making it better. Yes, yes. And as I noted, I am sympathetic to the fact that it's challenging that ground level, that space at grade is, I think needs to be preserved to a certain degree for those basement units. Okay, so I'll bring a motion to approve the subject application with the revision to variance number 2 to reduce that platform encroachment to 9.36 meters into the required rear yard setback. All the other variances are okay. And as well, we've got some conditions here, standard conditions. I see my notes.
Toronto Water,
Yeah, Toronto Water and
Toronto Building regarding bicycle parking.
thank you, Toronto Building regarding bicycle parking. All right,
All right.
my motion. Oh, yes, Mr. Hill.
Microphone.
Sorry. If we're going to reflect the changes that were negotiated with the counselor, I think we have to say something about the
Oh, revised
elevation
plans.
drawings where the windows are frosted, and you have them shown on one of your elevation drawings.
Yes.
So I think we should call that
I
up.
don't think we don't have them on the public record, right?
No, we don't. It's on.
Well, you're also in committee.
Yeah.
But Mr. Neffels addressing the applicant.
Oh, no.
Yes, so
Yeah, you can't address.
You're in committee right now.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
We can't address the applicant.
You're in committee right now. There's a motion on the floor. You're in the middle of a motion.
Okay. How would we, can you pull up the plans that we don't have that he submitted earlier? Sorry, this is your motion, but I think.
yeah, no, I agree.
We need to reflect that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Niffel.
An elevation drawing with the windows on it that was negotiated with the counselor.
I appreciate that some work has been done above and beyond with the counselor and the neighbors. So I think it's important to reflect.
I think there's also privacy screens on
There's a
the.
privacy.
And some privacy
screen as
screens, yeah.
Okay, there's a privacy screen. It's on A2-3, and this one, it's on the east side elevation.
But we can't reference these drawings, can we? Can we? Oh, we can. Okay, good.
Okay. Okay, so that was the privacy screen was negotiated, and the elevations are on the others, the windows are on the other side, I believe, on the west side.
Not the rear of the west.
West.
So, Madam Chair, when the discussion is finished, can we just start again?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, there, did you see it?
Yeah.
That one there. I
That
think
one.
we need to pull that one up too, okay?
Okay.
A2.4.
Okay.
All right, let's try that again.
Okay. Motion to approve the subject application with a revision to variance number 2 to read 9.36 meters. As well, the Toronto conditions noted in the Toronto Water memo. The standard conditions noted in the Toronto Building correspondence. And Mr. Niffel, get some help with this.
Privacy screens is indicated on the west and east side elevations for the back deck, for the rear deck.
Those are the most recent drawing.
Yeah,
Do we have the
Drawing
date?
A2-3, and I think it's A2-4. Can you go up?
I think it's A2-A4.
A dash, yeah.
Yes, okay, that one. This one, and then windows are as, whoa,
We're just getting the date.
okay, sorry.
I don't think you need to reference the windows because they're on the drawing, right? If we,
Make some mention of them. This is negotiated.
well, in accordance with substantially in accordance with the elevation drawing, so.
Okay. but it's only on one side.
Okay, we've captured,
I think so.
Madam Chair. Yeah, we're okay then?
So
Privacy screens as per the two side elevations. Yeah.
yeah. So it's side elevation east, A-2.3 dated January,
There it is, received here, what-
January 6th,
Yes,
2026. And A.2-4, or sorry, A-2.4. Yeah, substantially in accordance with. Okay.
Should pull out a committee.
Madam Chair, if you can just pause this for a moment.
Yep.
Apparently, if your intention is to reference the counselor, the drawings that were submitted by and agreed upon and reviewed by the counselor, these are not it, apparently.
All right, maybe we better step out of committee and clarify.
Let's clarify.
My understanding was that the drawings were, the latest drawings that are date stamped January 6th were the ones that were incorporate the changes that were discussed with. the
Yes,
council.
that's what we did.
So I'm not sure what the issue is.
I think if
we
you,
Why doesn't the architect take a minute to talk to the homeowner?
Yeah.
We'll just pause everything,
Okay,
come out of committee, we'll start over again.
We're
If this is your intention, if it's your intention to use the plans that were discussed with the counselor and the residents, maybe it's a good idea just to pause it first.
These are the submit drawing revised,
Let's
all
pause.
with the.
can we please put up,
field
we've got the one
radius,
up there.
privacy fence, they are all here.
They are not submitted online.
What is it?
They make note of every change right now.
So they are attaching this drawing to their approval. That's what they are doing. They are attaching this one to their approval.
Can, if you're attaching this set to the approval, can we please see the garden suite elevations?
They just show it during the presentation.
Okay, but we weren't referencing the garden suite, were the garden suite elevations changed?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
In
If you want to attach something to your approval, your decision, you can attach the
Yeah.
letter from the consular office
exactly what
that
I'm
is
saying. So
reflecting all
use
the
the
changes
wording.
that we made.
Madam
So
Chair,
when we
you
going-
cannot attach an email to a decision.
Mhm.
Plans or worded condition are the only thing you can attach to a decision. The
We can use
examiner is
the
not going to
wording.
go
We
through.
Use the same wording as counselor's letter. Is that okay? That use the same wording as the 5 items that counselor included in the email, because the applicant said this.
I don't see the wording in the letter.
That's not the one. That's an older one.
If I may, if the applicant would have submitted on time the revised drawing based on our conversation we had at the counselor office, this discussion would not be.
All right,
here.
it's okay, okay, this is from the counselor?
I wouldn't necessarily recommend, because you're coming very close to a private agreement.
The,
You
yeah,
can,
There has to be another way. If you're in agreement, there's another way to formalize it. But to tie it to wording from a counselor's letter is not something I would recommend.
it's okay.
I think the way that you were continuing, just attaching the
Yes.
drawing to your decision, and then their concern is the elevation of the garden suite,
Yes.
that we remove the window. If you
And-
attach that drawing also to the decision, that is going to
And you
address the
submitted that as a
yes, that was
revised
part
drawing?
of the same same
so-
drawing. Yes.
We just need to add some
So
drawings.
it's
to
going
what
to be drawing number A23, 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 A24, and then it's going to be a garden suite front elevation. If you bring it up.
Below those? I
Yes,
see.
yes.
Carry on.
This one. A44.
That's where the windows
That's
were
what we wanted to see.
removed?
Yes, this is the elevation I'm
Okay.
interested in, and also the fence that it was promised, and the trees along the north end of the property.
That wouldn't be part of the committee's
Yeah, that's-
decision. That's a private
Okay.
agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
But does the site, I just want to clarify, did you resubmit the site plan as well? Because I read in the counselors, that summary, that the garden suite was moved slightly. Is that right?
Yes, that was submitted
So
by
that's
this
part of the
drawing as
site
well.
plan.
Yes.
So we should say substantially in accordance with the revised site plan,
Yes, you can.
January 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. Does everybody know what we're doing?
Yeah, just to note though, with respect to the site, tying to the site plan, that should only be for the garden suite, because remember, okay, on the main building,
Right. Okay, so you made the motion, right?
I
Please,
said,
I'm sorry.
okay, I'm gonna
Sorry,
make
before you restart, think about when you're gonna use the word substantially. Site plan only, elevation only. Remember the implications of putting it on or not putting it on.
I think we know.
If you don't use the word substantial, it's gonna be locked.
Yeah.
Nothing can change.
Okay, a motion to approve the subject application with the following revisions: change to variance number 2 to reduce it to 9.36 meters. The condition of Toronto Water, conditions noted in the correspondence with Toronto Building, as well. And lastly, Mr. Nitfeld. Thank you.
Your microphone. Microphone.
Microphone.
Privacy screens and frosted windows substantial in accordance with the east, I think it's the east and west. The east and west side elevations, and those we called up as, and I've forgotten the numbers.
A-2.3 and A-2.4, dated January 6th.
Yeah.
And then that the garden suite be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan dated January 6th.
And the elevation drawing,
Oh, sorry, and the elevation A-4.4.
revised one, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nitfeld.
Thank you.
That's my
Right,
motion.
do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfeld, thank you. All in favor? That is unanimous. All right. The
Thank you so much.
application as amended has been approved.
Thank you so much.
All right. Whew, that was a doozy. Are we okay, or do you need a brief break, or are we okay to continue? Let's try to get through a few more. Good Lord. Okay, item number 13. This is 2550 Victoria Park Avenue and 2, 4, and 6 Lansing Square. This is to increase the podium height, reduce accessible parking, and remove development phasing requirement. The variances are revise the height in meters on diagram. I have 4, 5, 6 and a question mark. And to remove the phasing requirement, it's complicated, I understand. On file, we have a lot of information: survey, minutes, a revised diagram, for plans, previous agenda presentation, photos, an OLT order, community planning supplementary staff report, the original community planning report, the previous agenda package from September 11th, 2025. And then we have late revisions to the variance wording recommended by staff. And a late zoning waiver. So our applicant, we need you to,
Help us.
yeah, just maybe summarize this and to the best of your ability, and give us the Reader's Digest version of that.
Of course. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Simon Horner. I'm a planner at Bells Fields Inc. and agent to the owner, address 3 Church Street, Suite 200, Toronto, Ontario. So since the deferral of the application, we have met numerous times with planning and transportation staff. As a result of those discussions, we've removed the accessible parking variance, and all parking spaces will be provided in each respective block. Maybe I just ask staff to bring up the community planning memo dated December 24th, 2025. So we've had further discussions, as I mentioned, about the wording of these variances, specifically variances number 2 and variances number 3. As a result, we filed the new zoning waiver dated January 5th, 2026 to reflect this revised wording in the staff report. That's under page 1 of recommendation. Sorry, the staff report dated December 24th, 2025. That's the correct one there, yes. So this revised wording here recommended by planning staff, we've incorporated into our revised waiver that you've mentioned that's dated January 5th, 2026. We spent a considerable amount of time discussing with staff this revised waiver to ensure that parking and phasing was done to their satisfaction. Planning staff are in support of the requested minor variances as revised. They've written this positive staff report. These variances would ensure the timely delivery of 160 affordable housing units on blocks 1 and blocks 2. Block 1 has received NOAC and is anticipated to start construction in the summer of this year. As such, it's our opinion that the requested minor variances meet the 4 tests set out in section 45(1) of the Planning Act. Namely, they maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan. They maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. They're desirable and appropriate development and use of the lands. And their minor nature. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Questions? No? Anyone? All right. Are you sure? Okay, so there's no change to variance 1. I got that one. And no change to the word. So the wording for variance 2 and 3, I'm not sure how we do that through the committee. What are we changing the request, or how do we? Just need some direction on that. Well, no, because they don't write the variance request. The staff do, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you just scroll down, staff, sorry, if you just scroll down in this.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. Are you telling us that there's something in the wording that helps us with this? I'm not really sure what to do.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, we submitted a revised zoning waiver to reflect the recommendations in staff's report. This is the waiver that we filed on January 5th to intake staff. This revised waiver reflects the recommendations in planning staff report.
So I get that. What I don't know is, are we changing the wording of the variance, or do the variances as they're written in the public notice, if we're to approve those?
Yeah. So
does it comply with the changes? I'm not really.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no numerical changes to the variances as drafted in that zoning waiver. It doesn't request any additional variances. It's just simply a rewording of the variances as discussed with staff.
So if.
Okay, here's my concern. If the wording of submitting your waiver was only submitted on the 5th, it has not gone through a public notice required time. That's my concern. Right? If it was a condition, sure. If you're asking to change a variance that already went on a public notice 3 days in advance, I'm not entirely sure.
So we had reissued public notice, that's correct. And then after which there was no need to post a revised public notice, as these variances did not contemplate a numerical change or anything like that, just a change to the wording of the variance. There's nothing new being requested in these minor variances.
The revised wording is my question.
We need to revise the wording because since these conversations have happened with staff, Block 4 was initially planned to accommodate some of the parking on Block 1 and Block 2. Since then, Block 4 was initially planned to be built first. Since that time, staff have introduced a planning study which would redesignate Block 4 to mixed use. As such, the development potential of Block 4 is being reevaluated. The revised wording of the variances ensures that parking can still be required in Block 1 and Block 2 can be built prior to Block 4.
So my suggestion, so I'm still leery about changing the wording to a variance. Correct public notice regardless was not given. You can't give us something 3 days in advance. Secondly, if you can do this through a condition without changing the wording on the variance, that would be much better. I'll let you think about that one.
And if you want time.
But
to-
asking committee to change the variance without it having been circulated, I am worried about that.
Yeah. It's odd to request a change to the variance wording for me. I haven't seen this.
Madam Chair, would it be worth standing this down
That's what I'm wondering.
and seeing if they can?
If you
find-
want some time to confer.
Yeah, could we have some time?
Yeah.
Perhaps in the alternative, if they can't find a resolution, a deferral, while not the best, might be the only.
Let's just go on to the next item and then we'll revisit when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, we will stand down that item for now. Item 13, and we'll move on to item 14, 177 Shepherd Avenue West. This is a application to alter the existing use of the building by converting non-residential space into 2 residential units. The variances are for duplex use, parking spaces, parking space width, parking space access to a driveway, and parking space location. On file, we have a survey, plans, cover letter, tree protection plan, transportation review memo, Toronto Transit Commission report, and a late community planning report. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Let's start with your name and address.
My name is Andrew Franchik. I'm the principal of W&D Associates, a planning firm, and the address is 47 Roselawn Avenue, Toronto.
All right. And have you seen the community planning report?
Yes, and I have some comments to make about that. I do have a presentation as well. I thought I should probably provide a presentation given that there is that staff report.
All right. Are we in agreement? Sure. Brief.
Thanks.
It's pretty
right.
simple.
Okay, I'm gonna probably run out of time, but okay, thanks for resetting the clock. Perfect. Okay, so the site's on the south side of Shepherd Avenue. This is close to the Shepherd subway, so it's actually walking distance there. And I think members of the committee will know the stretch quite well. It's composed of a mix of house form buildings, many of which were converted to commercial uses, generally in the 1990s. Up until 2023, if we can go to the next slide, this house contained commercial uses. It has for decades, but they're simply not viable. And there's something that our client no longer wants to pursue and is now looking to pursue residential uses, 2 units within the existing building, which was the original intent and the original construction of the house. If you look at some of these images, you'll see the house form buildings are consistent across this stretch of Shepherd. Some are converted, some are not. Very, very, very important. 173 Shepherd, which is also owned by my client, right beside my client's property here. You see it in the top left corner there. That was also commercial prior to 2020, just like this one, was converted through a building permit in 2020 to residential, exactly what's being proposed here. At that time, nothing was flagged in terms of Planning Act requirements for C of A or rezoning or anything like that. It was done, people are living there, it's serving its purpose as housing. For some reason, that same review has now required this process for this site. And also important to know that the other side, 181 Shepherd, is actually also residential, not owned by my client. Next slide, please. This is just to show that there's significant transportation in the area. Next slide shows that the site is mixed use. And I'll just pause and say the staff report actually includes an analysis of OPA 727 for some reason, which only pertains to neighborhoods. So that's actually an error within the presentation, within the staff report. It seems to be a basis for the refusal recommendation. I just want to point that out, that that's inaccurate. It's actually mixed use. And I think other parts of that staff report confirm that the zoning actually does contemplate single detached residential that existed prior to 1991. So just to move on to the proposal really quick, if we can skip ahead. Again, this is to reintroduce residential uses into a building that previously contained them. And in fact, it was built as that in the 50s. There's no changes to the footprint, no external construction whatsoever. It will remain as is and will simply be retenanted. And we have some floor plans there that you've seen. So I'll skip ahead just to the variances and summarize the rationale for it. The first variance is really the main one, and it has to do with the conversion to a duplex. This is what Buildings is calling it. It's not just a single detached house with a basement unit. It really is that, but they're calling it a duplex. So it is what it is. It's essentially the same thing. Very importantly to know on the next slide, the C6 zone expressly permits residential detached dwellings, which existed on or before May 15, 1991, to continue. The one wrinkle here is that since that time, my client has tenanted it as commercial, and the variance is simply to turn it back into residential, the same as the next door house was. Apart from that, no variances would be needed for this. The site is on an avenue. Avenues permit this type of development. If we can skip ahead another slide to the mixed use areas, the site is mixed use. Again, the official plan does contemplate single use buildings that are residential as well. And then the site is also subject to the secondary plan. If we can go on, thanks, that's the right slide. And that also, as is confirmed in the secondary plan, permits single detached uses as well within that secondary plan. So at every level of policy, we have permissions for what is being proposed. It's just a return to the use that was originally intended for this site. And this is actually an interesting slide. The last one, if we could just put that up, because we did a bit of an analysis to see how many buildings are actually commercial, how many have been converted, how many are still residential. And you see there's a really broad mix. The blue ones are the addresses with the standalone residential uses, and you can see the site in orange. On either side, both are residential. So in terms of providing for a form of building that exists along the street, this will very much fit into the existing context. No one will actually know the difference other than there won't be commercial signage anymore. It'll be a residential use. In terms of the remaining variances, and I'll deal with this in 10 seconds, there are no issues with respect to any of the transportation-related variances, 2 to 5. They're all very, very technical. We have sign-off from transportation as well. No parking is actually required under the new citywide bylaw, but in this case, there's an old bylaw requirement to provide that, so that's why the variance is there for technical reasons. So I don't think there's anything controversial about that. So in summary, the staff report has some serious issues, I think. I'm perplexed by why city planning is actually taking the initiative to oppose this. It's definitely good planning to re-tenant a vacant residential property for residential uses, notwithstanding that it was also used for commercial recently in this area. So hopefully there's some agreement on that, and I'd be happy to answer any more specific questions about that, given my time is up.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Mr. Nipfel.
If your proposal is to return this to residential uses, why are you requesting a variance to reduce the 4 required parking spaces to 2 when you've got so much space to accommodate parking? And why is the parking you're providing in tandem, which requires that you move one car to get to another?
Yeah, and I think that's just the way that the site is laid out. These were the way the variances were identified by city planning and transportation planning. So I don't have the turn diagrams and all that information for you. That the whole back area, as you can see from the site plan, is actually substantially paved. So it's actually all continuous with. My client actually owns 3 of those buildings. He runs a law firm out of one of them. The second one has been converted back into residential, and then this is the westernmost one. So it's all one sort of paved area.
Taking you at what you're proposing, residential uses, why isn't the backyard proposed to be landscaped? And my original question, I didn't get an answer to it. Why didn't you just provide 4 parking spaces, and why don't you provide them in an accessible manner rather than in tandem?
I don't have the answer to why they're specifically in tandem, but that's the way that it's being proposed. That's the way it fits on the site, is my understanding.
But it would fit as well to put them in the backyard.
I'm not sure I
I think
understand.
that would trigger another variance if they were in the backyard. I was just saying.
What kind?
No parking in the, well, if it was considered residential use, you can't park in the backyard.
Unless you put a garage there.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's actually also no parking required as a
Right.
And overall, yeah. I know, but
overall,
just-
yeah.
Yeah, okay. It does.
It's an existing condition
It
essentially.
seems to me that if this was approved as residential uses, there's some work to be done on how you're going to lay the site out.
Well, no change would be proposed. The way the site is laid out today is the way it would continue to function. It simply would be renovated internally.
Why do you need all the paved backyard then?
It's an existing condition. There wasn't any sort
But
of
it's not.
requirement to remove that.
Except you're turning it to residential uses, so you don't usually pave the whole backyard in a residential use.
Well, it's an existing condition. That's the
Okay, I don't.
the only answer I have for you, unfortunately, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Allison.
Okay, just a little more clarification. I think I need on the mixed use area A. So I'm reading in the staff report that the detached dwellings were permitted prior to 1991. If you were applying for a single family today, would still require the variances though, right? It's any residential convert. Like my understanding is that the concern is that it's not necessarily the fact that it's a duplex being proposed, but the fact that it's a commercial unit that's being converted into residential. So would anything change if it was just proposed as a single unit, not a duplex, or the variances would still apply in this case, right?
So no, it wouldn't change. And I know what you're saying. In fact, originally, this was actually deferred from a year or two ago when we weren't involved. And the original wording for the variance was for a single detached house with a basement unit. But in this review, the building staff determined that it should be called a duplex. So it's essentially the same thing. It's providing for two units, two bedroom units within the building, but they're calling it a duplex now. But either way, it seems like this approval would be required. But the way that the zoning is actually worded, and I have it right here, it's that a single family dwelling used as a residential dwelling on May 15th, 1991 is permitted. And the regulations apply to a single family dwelling in an R4 zone, also apply to a single family dwelling in the C6 zone. So it's essentially applying the R4 zoning standards to any building that existed on May 15th, 1991. I think this is why the adjacent property not slipped through, but was approved without this process, because someone else in buildings interpreted it as no variance being required. I would agree with that.
Yep.
But for some reason this time around, it was identified as, oops, I guess we need a variance, and this is why we're here today.
So
It's very
before
fact-
1991, this was a residential
Correct.
property then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The city rezoned this entire stretch in the 90s, along with a secondary plan. And that secondary plan has actually been replaced by the new secondary plan, which calls for more mid-rise development. So the original intent of the zoning is actually not even being, it's not in effect anymore, because it's now, the desire is more for consolidated and larger mid-rise development, as we see happening there now. The original 90s vision was to take these little houses and convert them, allow conversions to salons and barber shops and things like that. And that did happen for 30 years, and now there's a different vision. So it's a little bit of an anachronism.
Yeah.
So the site's kind of
fire
caught up in this strange policy and zoning net.
Yeah, you're not the first applicant, I think, to get caught up in this direction. I guess my understanding, and I'll leave some discussion for committee, but my understanding is the city wants a certain intensification along this stretch.
Yeah.
Proximity to the subway. So while, most of the applications were looking to pull back on development, in this case, it's actually the opposite. You were looking to pull back in terms of the use, the impact. And I think the concern from planning, the way I understand it, is they feel like they need a different type of intensification for the site, given the strip, in order to see development progress in the way that they want.
Yeah, and if I could just answer to that, because I think maybe that I skipped ahead in my presentation a little bit too quick. The new secondary plan actually wants consolidation. So instead of one-off single property development, like a lot of areas of the city that have redevelopment, you wait till you consolidate, then you develop. This is not the end state for this property, absolutely not. My client's currently running his practice out of one of the houses, Goldfinger Law, it's there now. And the other two he wants to use as residential as an interim use. It's really an interim use until, like many of the other properties, the highest and best use is going to be mid-rise or maybe even more by that point. So this is a vacant building right now. It's serving no good purpose. It's going to be renovated, going to do all the nice things for, providing a nicer presence on the street, eyes on the street, and 2 family-sized units that have 2 bedrooms in the interim. It's really an interim use. So while I understand what you're saying about we're taking away from the so-called, original intent of the zoning, the original intent of the zoning was for these houses to become commercial. It did that, and now there's a different vision. That different vision is not this vision. It's consolidation and building up. So this isn't really an interim use until that happens. And we all know that will happen in the grand scheme of things because we see those applications coming in. We see some construction happening today, but it won't happen overnight. Those things are city building initiatives that will take some time. And I think that's just fine. This is a good interim use for this site for now.
Do you happen to know on the strip for this particular block, what the mix is? Is it mostly commercial at this point? Is there some residential left?
Yeah, we had the map actually. So can we go back to that map? We had that up there just a minute ago. It was color coded with the blue and the, I think it was.
I apologize.
It's okay.
No worries. Yeah, we thought that might be a question. So we did some work to.
Yeah, we just maybe pull up
to do that.
Yes, actually.
There it is, right there. So the blue are the residential, and you can see on either side of us, in fact, those are residential. So all the blue you see along there is still the remnant residential, and the pink are either houses that have been converted to commercial uses over the last 30 years, or in some cases, they're totally new commercial buildings, small office buildings, that sort of thing. So there's still a very much a strong residential presence on the street.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for
And where is your client's property, the law office, in relation to this property?
Yeah, so if you look, our site's in orange.
Uh-huh.
To the right of that is the one that was converted in 2020. Immediately to the right of that, he's the first pink property there. So it's 3 contiguous properties. Actually, hopefully he comes back to us for this one day when he wants to redevelop it for mid-rise, because we'd love to be involved in that. But it's a beautiful site for a mid-rise building. It's just not, he's operating a viable law firm there now. I'm pretty sure his retirement plan is to redevelop that.
Possibly with the 2 corner
Sure,
lots.
planning would like
Or
that.
the corner.
Makes sense to me.
The 2 lots to the east of that. to the
Yeah,
corner. Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
So it would make for a beautiful redevelopment site one day. Yeah.
Staff, could you please put up the community planning report again and scroll down to the last page? Yes, thank you. So the statement that the proposed duplex is not a permitted built form, did you say that isn't correct? Or did you say that detached residential is permitted?
Yeah, and see, that was the misleading part, because even if you scroll up to the last page, when they talk about the zoning, they say, like I did in my presentation, that it's permitted. The zoning actually permits it in a special way for buildings that existed prior to 1991. So, in that paragraph, they're acknowledging it. But I guess what they're getting caught up on maybe is that we're calling it a duplex, but that's what buildings asked us to call it. And then last year, we have another zoning review that calls it a single detached with a basement unit. But for some reason, they called it a duplex this time. So I don't think there's any material difference in that. They're really, what do they say? 1/2 of the dozen, and whatever the saying is. It's the same thing. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? All right, we'll take it into committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whew, I thought this one was going to be easy. Apparently not. All right.
Yeah, maybe I can get us started. This is a bit of a challenging one for me because we had a similar application at the end of last year with a car rental place. And, part of the challenge with that is you think, well, they just want to extend like their operation, they extend what they're doing. And planning came back and had a very similar response in that they wanted a certain intensification, and understandably so. So they ended up getting an approval, but it was with they have a limitation. Now, I think that's really hard with a residential to put a variance approval with a limitation on residential because somebody's home and
You mean in terms of time?
yeah, yeah. Um,
It's ironic
It's-
because I think these commercial establishments were established originally probably by variance. And then the city did a rezoning to permit them and then,
Yeah, and I think like, like I'm looking at the staff report and, it's not clear to me, they say that it permits a single unit residence that existed prior to 1991. Now, I don't know if it may have existed prior to 1991 and then maybe it converted over to commercial for 15 years, 20 years, and then wants to go back. Is it still captured under there where they can go back to residential, or because they converted to commercial, are they not allowed to go back to single family residential? Now, the whole argument between a duplex versus single family, I'm not going to buy that because planning wants intensification. I think they're getting off, like the planning's trying to argue on a technicality here
Yeah.
by saying, oh, it's a duplex, technically not a single, therefore it's not part of the,
Mhm.
it doesn't fall within the, that particular zoning for that area. I don't think that's necessarily the problem that they have. The problem that they have is they want a certain type of intensification for the site. I'll stop there. I'm curious, Mr. Nitful, how he might feel about this. I'll reserve further comment right now.
Mr. Nipfeld, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a lot of experience with this kind of development in another municipality, and I'm torn by and remembering miles of this kind of development that we had ideally, which was mixed use. And we just couldn't get anybody to buy the business portion of it. So it remained empty. I'm inclined to think in practical terms, the choice here is either a building, if we turned it down, that remains empty, or 2 dwelling units. And I would prefer the 2 dwelling units. I do appreciate what planning's trying to do. I think that's a long-term solution. I think that having this as 2 residential properties is a short-term solution. And I would agree with that. My only reservation about that is, as a residential use, this is a pretty intolerable condition. The backyard's all paved, the parking doesn't work, the front yard's paved, not a really good place to live. I would have been more inclined to be wholeheartedly in support of this if, in fact, what we had before us was a proposal that was ideally a residential environment, and we don't have that. It's interesting you mentioned that previous application. I remember it, the one with the
Yeah.
car dealership.
Yeah,
And I remember after a long debate like this, the only way we solved it was to put a time limit on it.
right. Which I don't feel comfortable doing in
I
this
don't
case.
feel comfortable doing it here either. I'm on the fence with this one. I don't disagree with an interim use of a residential use here, but I realize that's not a long-term use. But if it's a residential use, it seems to me that what happens on the site's got to be an improvement over what's existing there now. So I'm basically, I'm not really in support of either of the solutions as they stand. I would either like to see a full out residential proposal or, well, and then I would be supportive of that. And I would not be supportive of what planning's saying. At the present time, I'm very much on the fence.
There was one interesting point made about the amalgamation of properties in order to facilitate a larger development, a mid-rise or a high-rise along that strip. And I think that's an important distinction to make, because it puts a big onus on a property owner to, I mean, what if they cannot, you've got a residence on both sides in this case.
Yep.
Right? And
What if you can't do anything?
and if you can't, right, then I think it starts to become a bit of a too much of an infringement on property rights, where people need to be able to make their property work, right? You can't really force somebody to intensify something that they may not even be able to intensify at this time.
And
so
the reality is the market may not support intensification of this scale, which is you know, half of it's commercial and half of it's residential.
At least at this time, yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe the time's passed for that.
Yeah.
And the next step is a more intense, you know, 4 or 5 story
Yeah.
development along the street.
And I will address your concern about if it's going to be residential, it should be full residential. I don't think redevelopment for a new residential building is appropriate here either.
No.
So I think that the ultimate best use of this property is for to consolidate with adjacent properties and redevelop in some sort of higher intensification. I know transportation wouldn't want multiple driveways, you know, along the road. They would like things consolidated, that sort of thing. And honestly, as a rental property, I don't see a problem with it because I think in the interim, even with the paved area, if it's a family renting it, you know, a kid can ride a bike in that paved area. So it's not the end of the world. Not everybody wants a grass backyard, and maybe the owner would, you know, convert some of that asphalt.
Yeah,
to
and to your
grass
point, I
land.
think this is just an interim. I think the
Yeah.
applicant noted.
I agree.
I think the economics of this is going to prevail in the
Yep.
end. If somebody comes with a deal or developer, they can put some parcels together. I don't think for a second that, you know, a duplex on one property is going to,
No.
you know, hold up that sale. Given that we're probably going to see a building that's north of 10 stories, a mid-rise of, you know, they start at 7 typically. City wants them to cap out at 7, but we usually see 7 to 10 stories.
All right. Would
All
you
right.
like to make a motion?
I think given the discussion, I'm okay to support this application, despite the comments from planning. I understand where the planner's coming from in this case, but I think there has to be some consideration for interim solution that is above and beyond kind of forcing something on this site that the owner doesn't necessarily want or may be able to facilitate. So I'll make a motion to approve the application. I guess without condition. Don't have any. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Neville. With the let's see here,
I think
transportation.
the TTC is advisory, isn't it? Is it? So, I mean, they're not building anything.
Yeah, so with the recommendations noted in the transportation report, page 3. And that's maybe this will instigate maybe a more fulsome discussion about this particular strip and what planning expects or is aiming to do with it. Because it's challenging as a committee member, it's challenging for me to try to push a longer term agenda when, you know, you have a
On
property
one
owner
property.
that needs to deal with the day to day.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Seconder, Mr. Dipfeld. Yeah, all in favor? That is unanimous. The application has been approved. All right. Do you want a break? 5 minutes? All right, 5-minute break, and then we'll go back to what item is that? 14, 13. Yes. Yeah, we're not making progress, but we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Brief. Yeah. All right, I believe we are back. And we are going back to item 13, 2550 Victoria Park Avenue and 2, 4, and 6 Lansing Square. Hopefully with some clarification of the variances for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. We are amenable to deferral, however, we prefer not to. We've already been deferred once at this committee. However, if the committee, Madam Chair, and you are amenable, we'd like to proceed with the variances as they are drafted on the public notice. And with that, we would like to introduce planning staff's recommendation as a condition of approval. This will ensure that parking is provided on each block through NOAC, which was the original intent of this recommendation. Proceed with variance 3 on the public notice with no change, and then include planning staff's final condition of approval. Yeah, variance 2 as a condition of approval.
Okay, hold on. Let's start with the public meeting notice, then we'll pull up the staff report. So variance 1, you're saying would stay the same,
That's correct.
and variance 2 stays the same.
That's
at this
correct.
point. Variance 3
Stays the same.
the same.
That's correct.
And variance 4, I guess that's makes sense, that one. You weren't changing that one, I don't believe anyway.
There's no variance for.
Oh, there's no 4?
No.
Why not? I see 4. Am I on the wrong one?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I think I was on the wrong one.
Number,
I was probably on the previous application.
yeah, 13.
Right.
Yeah, it's dated December 18th, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's pull up the staff report now and see if we can make sense of the wording.
Yeah.
Could we make these conditions is what you're asking?
Yeah, we'd like to specify or include staff's new variance 2 as a condition of approval. The owner agrees that no above grade building permit shall be made for towers A, B, C, or D, buildings F or G in blocks 1, 2, and 3 identified on diagrams 4, 5, and 6 of bylaw 1006-2022 until the city has issued notice of approval conditions for each respective tower and or block that addresses, among other matters, the provision of parking in section 9 AA and BB of the bylaw to the satisfaction of the executive director of development review or their designate the director of community planning North York.
So
Was clause B, 3B though.
3,
The original was. Does that conflict with what was originally posted in any way? Because he's proposing that be a condition now, right? Right?
That's correct. Yeah,
So that the variance stays.
that's correct.
And is there anything in conflict between the variance as worded and this as a condition?
What the condition would do is ensure that parking is provided on each block through the site plan process. What it would do, so staff could have easily included this as a condition. Instead, they've included it as a recommended revision to the variance.
Okay, the reason for my question is I wouldn't want to send this forward with a variance condition or a variance and a condition, and then somebody has to make a decision and there's a conflict between, there's no conflict between those two wordings.
There wouldn't be a conflict because the owner would still have to abide by this condition.
Okay.
but we would not be revising the variances
No.
as per the staff report. We would take the,
Conditions.
yeah, but how do we just take the paragraph 3B, the owner agrees?
That's
as-
correct. Yeah,
As the condition.
correct.
And the same with variance, the item under variance 3, that sentence would be a condition. 2A would be a condition? Is that right?
2A would be a condition require that the owner obtain approval from city council for changes to section 37. That's correct.
That one's the least of my worries because that's pretty clear. I don't see a problem with that one. My concern is when zoning goes to clear this, that that they can clear it based on if we were to approve these as conditions. So are we following, committee?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be revising the variances. We would just be clipping out 3B, the paragraph, or sorry, the preamble and the paragraph under variance 2 as a condition. And we would be taking the under variance 3, that sentence as a condition, as opposed to rewording the variance. The delete bylaw 010,
Just 3B,
oh, it's just 3B.
just 3B.
Okay.
And 2A, and then we wouldn't recommend variance 3.
We don't need that.
No, because the way that the variance reads as drafted, it's
I
the
see.
same thing, does not apply versus
Okay.
delete.
Can I, if we're in agreement on wanting to approve it, my understanding is the decision, if there was one, would read that, excuse me, the variances are approved subject to the following conditions. 1, the owner agrees that no above grade building, blah, 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 blah. And 2, the owner is required to obtain approval from the city council for changes, and that's it.
Correct.
All right. And if a few months from now we see you back here, we'll know why. I'm okay with it.
That's not a bad point to raise publicly, that if the applicant is confident, he can make that request if committee deems it appropriate to add those 2 conditions with the caveat that if a building permit can't be issued, there's a good chance the applicant will have to come back to committee.
Yeah.
Your Madam Chair.
He
thank you.
said.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Does someone want to make a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to recommend approval of the variances that are before us, subject to the conditions noted on the screen. Noted as 3B, don't use 3B, and as 2A, those 2 phrases as conditions of approval.
We okay with that, staff? Okay.
I'm seeing heads nod. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allison. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee.
Thank you. All right. Now we skip ahead to item 15, which is 17 Theresa Avenue. A new 2-story ancillary building garden suite in the rear yard of the property. We have variances for south side yard setback, gross floor area of a garden suite, floor area of a garden suite. And on file, we have a survey plan, supporting material, and tree photos. Do we need a presentation? I just had a question on this one. Explain, because I didn't quite follow. He gave us a very quick explanation.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I do have presentation material if you'd
yes.
like me to walk you through it. By the way, Craig Race, architect and applicant, 100 Lombard Street.
Thank you very much. Sorry, it's getting long in the day. All right. I know, halfway through the agenda, but long through the day.
Perhaps we can skip to page 3, where we have a site plan indicating the 2-story portion of this application is essentially as of right. What is triggering the variances on this application is the 1-story portion out towards the flanking street. This is a corner lot, approximately 60 by 130. And it's the portion in blue here that is regard to all variances before you. If we go to the next page, you can see that the rear yard is quite large and does have houses adjacent to the development footprint, which we attempted to align with. If you go to the next page again, this orthogonal view indicates, once again, the as of right portion, as well as the 1-story portion that's triggering the variances. That 1-story portion was intentionally scaled down adjacent to the street where the front door faces to create a more pedestrian scaled front on the streetscape. I will also note there are no landscaping variances, which speaks to the size of the rear yard. So even with the larger building footprint, we've maximized green space to completely avoid all tree protection zones maintain a substantial amount of soft landscaping and a consistent pattern of rear and front yards for the context. If you go to the next page, we've just illustrated the portion of the one-story element that exceeds the setback requirement. This is a very unique lot because it's a corner and the neighbor is set so far back. The required side yard setback here is 6.8 meters, which is huge for a garden suite. We are asking for a 4-meter setback, which is still far beyond a typical condition. And we've aligned the taller 2-story portion with the main facade of the neighbor to the east. On the next page, the real crux behind this application is creating single-floor living for aging in place. The owner intends to occupy the unit, and they need a bedroom suite as well as all living space on the ground floor with older kids and their kids living upstairs. Next page, please. There are some performance standards in the official plan amendment that brought forward the garden suite bylaws. We comply with all of them, specifically protecting trees. I'll also note that although we have variances here, we did attempt to balance the application to go beyond the requirements of an as-of-right proposal in many ways. For example, the height we're proposing is 1 foot shorter than permitted height. And we are beyond setbacks and separation distances on all other sides of the proposal. So we've gone above and beyond everywhere except where there are variances to balance. I'll quickly note on the next slide, we do have letters of support from many of the neighbors, including the immediately adjacent neighbors. And we've had multiple meetings with community planning staff and attempted to revise the design to satisfy the requirements. I hope that's sufficient. Happy to answer any questions, but overall, we feel this is a very balanced application on a large corner property that has unique design opportunities.
Thank you. Questions? No? All right. We'll take it into committee. Thank you. So I should have checked. There's nobody here on this item in the audience. Okay, great. All right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I very much like this application. Interesting, before the planning department additional reports showed up, I have written in my notes, great proposal, but I'm not sure this was what intent was intended by a garden suite, which was the very concern that planning department has raised. I don't know how to deal with that. I think as a dwelling unit, it's remarkably well done. It's contextually perfect. It fits beautifully into the street. It fits beautifully with the existing building. It doesn't appear, certainly from the planning department's recommendation, that this is what was intended by a garden suite because it's not subordinate to the main dwelling. And I'm not sure how much weight that needs to be given because as a dwelling accommodation, an added dwelling accommodation, I think it's remarkably well done. I would be inclined to support this, but I appreciate that it, from a policy perspective, it does raise questions because of the size. My position's changed somewhat by something that you said. You indicated that the owner, I presume you mean the owner of the manger house, is, I gather, intending to transition to this building. Is that right? With his family, and then the house would go to somebody else. Okay, that's helpful. So I don't think this is as straightforward as it seems. It's a remarkably good piece of architecture. And my inclination would be to support it.
I guess my question is, you say it's not subordinate, but there isn't a variance for the having the garden suite larger than the main unit.
I think it just feeds into more broader policy about garden suites intended to be subordinate in terms of massing and scale. Yeah, I mean, it's this pretty small house to begin with.
Yeah, and it is a big garden suite. Yeah.
The corner lot really helps. Yeah. I almost question, like I had to check to make sure my comments were right in line with Mr. Nipfel. I had to check to see if make sure there wasn't a driveway going to this because it could very well be a certainly misconceived, as a primary dwelling. But I think The planning rationale is very helpful. Particularly, I appreciate the step down to the single story as you come closer to the street, which I think enhances the streetscape in that regard, and in terms of also showing where the as of right is versus what the additional space that they're asking for, I think was helpful. I think this is an instance where the application is done well. I can overlook the fact that it is a little bit larger than certainly in reference to the primary dwelling. I think that we can overlook that in this regard. And there's a good amount of backyard space to the applicant's submission. And a good amount of setback, and you're not looking at a box. You're looking, the L shape, and then the step down to the single story is also helpful to mitigate the impact along the street. So, yeah. Motion. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I agree. I struggle a little bit with whether the variances are minor, in terms of the area, the floor area. Don't have a problem with the setback. But I would agree, it's really well done, well designed, and considering some of the garden suites we see that are crammed into a 7-meter lot, in addition to a multiplex, relatively speaking, an impact to the neighborhood. I think this is pretty minimal.
Yeah. Yeah, but you make an interest, like it is. It's not overlooked lightly. It has to be the consideration, certainly variance number 3, 88.45 or 60 is permitted. That's a pretty big jump, but I think handled with a degree of sensitivity by the applicant, whereby that additional intensification becomes palatable.
All right.
Yeah. Motion? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the application. I don't see any conditions unless they relate. That's it. Okay, approval without condition. That's my motion.
Seconded by Mr. Nipfeld. All in favor? That is unanimous. Carried.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Item 16, 43 Little Boulevard. This is an application to permit the extension of roof and eaves over an existing front porch. The variances are for roof eaves projection into the north lot line. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, and 3 letters of support. There's nobody here on this item, I don't believe. Presentation, I don't think so. Hello? Is this
Yes,
our
hi.
applicant?
Yes,
Name and address, please.
it's Fidencio Salvatore, 73 Greenbrook Drive.
Thank you. And I don't think we need a presentation. We'll just.
No, I
take
don't think
this-
so, Madam Chair. No, I don't think so.
Okay, we'll just take this into committee then.
Right.
All right. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is very straightforward. It's compatible with what's in the area. It isn't introducing any difficulties that I can see for either this site or the neighborhood. I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
Thank you. A seconder.
I'll second.
Mr. Allison, all in favor? That's approved. All right. 17, 91 Glen Long Avenue. This is to.
Okay.
Moment. To legalize and maintain the ancillary building in the rear yard. The variances are for driveway width, rear yard, soft landscaping, ancillary building coverage, floor area of ancillary building, height of an ancillary building, and entrance height to an ancillary building. On file, we have minutes from previous application on July 2023, survey plans, cover letter, site photos, a community planning report, and a transportation review memo. We have our applicant.
Good afternoon.
Hello, name and address, please.
Jeff Carlton, and the address is 25 Milling Road in Cambridge.
All right. Thank you. Any changes to make to the application today?
Nope.
All right. Do we do need a presentation? Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a, sorry, my mic wasn't on.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Yep.
comment was that I think we do need a presentation given comments from community planning.
All right. If you could provide us a presentation and include in that addressing the staff report from planning?
Yeah, so I was actually not aware of this report, this previous report. I do know initially the owner was looking to do a garden suite, two-story garden suite, which they did not proceed with. Unfortunately, they did proceed to build the three-car garage. It is a relatively small house. And so they built the garage in order to, you know, fit their cars and some storage space in there as well. You know, we do meet the setbacks for the property, and the neighbor to the right, you know, they also have a structure on that side there, and the neighbor just behind, they also have a garage kind of in that location. So you know, we feel it does kind of fit in with what's there. There are other properties with the garage. Now, it is a little larger than most, but it is kind of shielded from the street, from the house, the way it's set there. The owners also did, you know, renovate the house. Was not in great condition when the property was bought. This garage is it is constructed properly. We did have some building inspector out, and he was, you know, essentially ready to close this permit minus the variances that were required. Now, I came in after this was built to do the new plans and try to get this approved with you guys.
So just to clarify, they did not get approval to build this, but they went ahead and built it? Is that what we're dealing with?
Well, not the garden suite.
No, but a structure in the rear yard.
Yeah, just the garage, which was understood that, you know, they could have a garage, and so that's what was built. It was just a little bit too large. I wasn't involved in any of the initial applications, so I'm not exactly positive what those were.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
there's three, Madam Chair. That's the purpose of the application. That was sent out to legalize the existing.
Yeah.
Correct.
When was this built?
Last year.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to just remind the public maybe that when you have these situations, you are generally looking at it as if it was not built.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have to consider it as a application as if it has not been built. So that's what the lens with which we're looking through. Mr. Allison?
Madam Chair, I did overhear that the applicant was not aware of the community planning reports. I would perhaps like to ask a question, whether or not any further discussion with community planning would benefit, whether that's, you know, perhaps to even address some of the concerns that they have, or whether the fact that this is existing and they'd like to legalize it, they'd like to proceed. But maybe they can make some headway with planning, given that they weren't aware of the report.
Madam Chair, I would only say that this is an existing built structure.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
That's, just for your consideration, you're free to ask the applicant. I'm unsure what would change.
Well,
or
they
built
could,
structure.
they could make some changes to the application, correct? They could increase the soft landscaping or reduce the driveway width. What are the other variances? Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on a couple of those items, like, you know, the driveway width, the existing driveway was already 6 meters, but since we're pushing the parking to the back, obviously is supposed to be more narrow, but we had to kind of increase that just for access to the doors. Yeah, for the soft landscaping, 50% is required. We're still maintaining about 40%, and the front is still all the existing green space that's there.
Madam Chair, if you can look at the staff report on page 2, the last paragraph, it kind of summarizes what their concerns are.
Okay.
Yeah, I can look at that.
Yeah, so it's in your package, so you can scroll to page 2. They've outlined concerns with massing, lot coverage.
Yeah.
Which might be a challenge to.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, if I might, planning raised those issues when this was before committee last time.
Right.
It was originally a garden suite. When the garden suite was turned down, the applicant was looking, I think, at a garage. The garage came back to committee, and committee heard it and had very much the same concerns. And a deferral was requested, and a deferral was granted. And while the deferral was in operation, construction proceeded. So basically, none of this should be new.
No.
The concerns that planning had with the proposal when it was a proposal are still concerns now that it's a built project. So I have no sympathy with this application. I don't think what's before us is reasonable. I think that has been made abundantly clear at the various other hearings when this has been heard. And I frankly don't understand why the applicant's asking for approval of something that's already been denied.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions for the applicant at this point? No. All right. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As indicated, the concerns that the staff have had is with the size of the existing garage, which is out of keeping with the use on the property. The driveway width and the amount of rear yard that's taken up with paving, I think those are still legitimate concerns. I think that what has been built is excessive in terms of the amount of paving and the amount of building for an ancillary building. And I frankly do not support the application at all.
Yeah, okay. Any further comment or a motion?
I would move that the application be refused as not being in keeping with the foretests.
Mr. Allison?
I'll second that. I'll just add I think there's a potential for a garage back there. I think there needs to be some alteration. Okay, and I would really encourage some further discussion with community planning. I mean, maybe it's a reduction to a 2-car and a increase to soft landscaping. And there's options here.
And a reduction of the driveway and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I'll second Mr. Nipfield's motion.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. The application is refused. All right. Number 18 is 161 DALEMOUNT Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear deck with an excavated basement addition below. The variances are for rear deck setback to the east lot line, lot coverage, building length, building depth, and east side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, community planning report, and 4 form letters of support. We have our applicant with us.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Rowe Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to the variances at this point?
No, I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we want a presentation? There's nobody on this item here. I'm just checking. Nope. All right. No, okay. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions for the applicant? No? All right. I think we'll just take this into committee, Mr. Laszlo. Yes.
You?
I saw the staff report. Oh, yes. Have you seen the staff report?
Yes, and of course, I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Allison?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm happy to bring a motion. I mean, it's a rather large deck off the rear, but given that the projection off the ground, it's relatively close to grade, and also, the relationship of the deck, to the immediate properties, I don't think it's too, much of an impact on them. I think it's a supportable application. I'd be happy, if there's no other comments, I'd be happy to bring a motion to approve the subject application, subject to the condition noted in the community planning report dated December 31st, 2025.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Nipfeld seconds that. All in favor? That is carried. Application's been approved.
Thank you once again.
You're welcome. All right, item 19, 28 Kenton Drive. This is to construct a new attached one-story garage on the west side of the existing one-story dwelling and partially enclose the existing front porch. We have variances for front yard, landscaping, side yard setback on the west lot line and east side yard setback. On file, we have a survey plans, revised plans from November 18th and revised plans from December 12th. 2025 photos, community planning report and urban forestry memo. Do we have our applicant here? Online, I guess.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Mehdi Zandi Fard. I'm owner of this subject property, representing myself. 28 Kenton Drive, Toronto, M2R2HA.
Thank you. Any changes to make to the application?
I guess the only thing I can mention about the first item on the variance, so after submitting the plans, I realized there is opportunity to address the first variance by pushing the front garage wall forward or towards the front yard in a way to minimize the overall paved area in the yard.
So does that change the amount of landscaping?
It's going to change the amount of paved area and then the overall area of the front yard. So the percentage, we are talking about the 4 square meter, the differences. So increasing the size of the garage so I can minimize the paved area, basically increasing the landscape area percentage.
So what is the new proposed front landscaping area?
It's going to be for sure. I mean, by doing that, it's going to be over that 60% required.
Are you saying you don't need the variance anymore?
No, for the first one, there's an opportunity to do that. I'm just saying, I mean.
I need a yes or no from you on that. Right
Yeah,
now,
for now, you can proceed with the variance we have on the list. Just saying, down the road, there is opportunity to minimize that or reduce that variance to 2 instead of 3.
No change. All right. And no changes to the other variances at this point?
No change.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Allison.
Just a quick question, concerning the driveway, is there any I understand that you're adding the garage onto the side, but is there any change to the driveway itself or the hardscaping in the front yard? Or that's all existing and you're just adding the garage?
No, I'm going to replace those paved area. Currently is asphalt, so I'm going to pave it with pavers.
Okay.
I have to revise the slope as
And you've
per
seen
the requirement.
You've seen the planning staff report that's up on the screen now. They're requesting that this was December 22nd. that the walkway and driveway shall be constructed with permeable eco paving or pavers as shown on the site plan drawing dated December 1st. Hello?
Yeah, yeah, that should be fine. Yeah.
Okay, and you saw the other ones, they're requesting that the west side yard and east side yard setbacks be constructed as shown on the site plan from December 1st as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of the applicant, Mr. Nipfel?
Just a question to the applicant about forestry. Have you seen the forestry report?
Not yet, not yet. So I reached out to them actually and shared the plans.
They're not recommending any approval conditions, but if we could, yeah, it's on the screen right now. Can you see it? If you see
Yeah, I can see it now.
the bolded section, just so that you're aware that the application to remove a particular tree may be denied, just so that you know that. It's not a condition, it's just they want to draw your attention to it.
Yeah, it's going to impact my overall, we are talking about a simple garage. So I don't know. I mean, it's going to impact my access to the house from the back. So if I want to preserve that tree, so because there is no enough clearance based off the requirement that noted on the city, I mean, the tree forestry requirement, there is not enough clearance between the tree and the proposed access corridor.
Perhaps you could have further discussion with urban forestry, because they've said that they deem the removal to be avoidable with minimal changes to the plan. So maybe that's an invitation to have a very further discussion with them.
Okay.
All right. Take it into committee. Okay. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have difficulty with the application as it is before us. I'm pleased to hear that the landscaping might even get better. I'm hoping for that. I'd like to move approval subject to the planning department conditions, which have to do with paving of the walkway and the driveway. The east yard setback is the east and west yards to be constructed as shown on the site plan. And yeah, the rest is by notes myself. So subject to conditions from planning, and there are no conditions from forestry. So just the conditions that the planning department had pushed on the application.
All right. Mr. Allison, second. All right. Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. All right. We are moving on to the 4 o'clock agenda, which I assume the audience attendees are here for. We apologize for the delay. Are we okay to proceed at this point? All right. Item 20. Oh, sorry, I've got to switch agenda, so I've just got to load it up. One moment. PM. Almost there. All right, item 20, 11 REDMOUNT Road. This is an application to construct a new 2-story dwelling with integral garage. Oh, yes. So we should deal with we do have a few deferral requests for the 4 PM agenda. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
We have 2.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find, I have an address, I just don't have the item number. 52 BELCOURT and CHURCHILL.
Okay, so that's 23 is 52 BELCOURT. And 26 is 233 CHURCHILL.
Madam Chair, this is a 4 o'clock start.
Right.
And there's no guarantee that you will grant a deferral.
Right.
If it proceeds, the neighbors have the right to speak.
Right. So we have had a request for a deferral. I believe it was fairly recent. And you do have an opportunity to speak to the deferral, but let's get our applicant up first. Are you here for 20 BELCOURT or Churchill? Thank you. All right, let's get 52 BELCOURT first, if we can, the applicant.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair and member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haidari from PMP Design Group on 090 Dunmis Road. Good afternoon and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you.
And the reason for the deferral on item 23?
Yeah, the neighbor approached us and because of the Christmas and holidays, so they couldn't have opportunity to look at the drawing and they want to have a meeting with them and coordinate the variances with them and maybe some adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There's nobody here on item 23, 52 BELCOURT. All right, and we don't have anyone, I don't think.
Yeah. So Madam Chair, maybe you can just mention if the applicant is online, that there are a number of neighbors that have showed up in person in the chambers.
We have at least 6 neighbors online, I believe, on this one.
No, I meant just remind the applicant who is online that there are a number of neighbors who have taken a time out to come to the chambers today.
Sorry, we're not on that one.
Oh, we're not?
No.
Are we on BELCOURT?
We're doing BELCOURT. They're here for Churchill.
Oh, you're for Churchill? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
Confusing me. All right. So we have a number of people online. So I guess that would be the opportunity to speak to them. I guess we'll have to address the people online. He's the agent. I think it's a number of them, but he doesn't know who these people are, right? All right, who do we have on the line?
We have Serge Boivin.
Okay. Mr. Boivin, are you there? Hello? Okay. Hello? Mr. Boivin?
Yes, I'm here. I was trying to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
That's okay. Yes. Did you hear that there's a request for a deferral on this application?
Yeah, since I'm online and I don't have any objection to the deferral. I'm a neighbor across the street, so I know that the neighbor that had the most concerns were on each side of the application on the street. So if the other residents don't have any objection to the deferral, I'm okay. But if the builder, the applicant, wants to discuss our concerns, I'm also okay to talk about that now.
All right, thank you very much. Next person.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I live next door to the building on the north side. I'm fine to defer or discuss whatever is the committee's.
Okay, well, there's been a request for a deferral by the applicant. Oh, yes, your name and address first.
Oh, Megan Kennedy at 54 BELCOURT.
Thank you very much. So as you may have heard, the applicant's requested a deferral. He said to meet with the neighbors. So hopefully you're one of those neighbors that they're going to meet with. All right, so thank you. You don't have a concern with the deferral at this point?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next person.
Next person is Nick Minchenko.
Okay. Mr. Minchenko, are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Anyone? Sorry?
Mr. Minchenko, could you please speak louder?
I'm speaking loudly.
We cannot hear you.
We can't hear you. I apologize.
That's unfortunate.
Hello?
I'm trying to speak up.
Oh, there, we can hear you now.
I'm trying
All
to
right,
speak
thank
up.
you.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
let's
thank
start
you,
with
and,
your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Nick Minchenko and I live on 27 Belcourt Road.
Thank you very much. And you
Just
heard
down the road.
Okay. The applicant has requested a deferral to a later date. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that and welcome communication with the builder, with the
Okay, thank you very
applicant.
much. All right, next.
Linda Black.
Okay.
Oh, hi, I'm here.
Hello.
Hi.
Could we just have your name and address for the record, please?
Linda Black, 46 Belcourt Road.
Thank you. And the applicant has requested a deferral. Do you have any concern with that?
No, I don't. I just hope he does communicate with the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I think we have two more possibly.
One of them is not online,
Okay.
and the other one does not have authorized their microphone, so we cannot unmute them.
Okay.
Not sure if they want to talk at all.
All right, I think,
Jasmine Jenkins, if possible, please unmute your, authorize your microphone so we can unmute you.
hello?
Oh, there we go.
Hello? I thought we had her. Hello, Ms. Jenkins, are you there?
Can anyone hear me? Oh my gosh.
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
You can. Okay. I can, yes.
All right, let's start with
Are
your
we sure
name
it's
and address,
2026?
please.
Jasmine
Yep.
Jenkins, I'm at 41 Belcourt Road.
Okay, the applicant has requested a deferral of the application to a later date. Do you have any concerns with that?
No,
All right.
I welcome speaking with him as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
I believe that's all. Okay. Okay, let's take this into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move deferral of the application to give the applicant the opportunity to discuss his proposal further with the neighbors that we've just spoken with.
Yes. Thank you. And Mr. Allison
I'll second
seconds that motion. Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. Your deferral has been granted, and please make sure that you speak to all those residents that were interested parties. All right. Now we're going to go to 26, which is 233 Churchill Avenue. Your moment has arrived, even though it's a deferral request.
Are you waiting to hear us from here?
No, you have to come to the podium because it's recorded and it's on YouTube. So we'll start with the applicant though, if you want to just hold on one sec.
Yep.
We'll get the applicant on the line first.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. This is Nafis Zangiabadi. I'm the applicant on file. My address is 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, L3T3B6.
Thank you very much. And I understand you're requesting a deferral. If you could give us the reason for the deferral?
Yes, we got the comments from neighbors and community planning after the holidays, so we didn't get time to speak to them, and we need more time to communicate with the planning staff to address their comments. And it's also their recommendation that we do the deferral, and we're okay with that.
And the neighbors, right?
Yes, and the neighbors, yeah, of course.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. Let's hear from the neighbor now.
Okay.
So it's really just the request for deferral.
I
If you have
understand.
any concerns with that.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and
My name's George Miko.
Mhm.
I live at, I'm the owner and resident at 40 Ellen Hill Drive.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you very
I
much.
have a very brief question. I sent in an email, but in my haste, I forgot to do the PDF, and I don't know where the email went. I don't know if you received it.
I don't know whether you could check with staff. You know, you could contact staff and ask them whether they got your email or not.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Sorry, just repeat your name and address again
Yeah,
for,
George Miko, that's Miko.
oh, okay, so apparently we did receive it.
Thank you.
Um,
The screen.
They're gonna put it on the screen to verify that we did receive
Okay,
it.
I appreciate that. And my neighbor followed the same incorrect method. His name is Glenn Johnson at 42 Ellen Hill. He forgot to do the PDF. Yeah, that's me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gay Spooner and my address is 34 Ellen Hill Drive. And I live directly behind the 233 Churchill.
And we received a letter from you as well.
Yes,
Okay. And do you have any concerns with the deferral?
no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Ward. I live at 32 Ellen Hill. I think you have a letter from me.
I'm just double checking. Three letters. I don't think we have that. Do we? Oh. Okay, right under 4th Street. Yep, I'm just checking. Oh, yes, I see it now. All right.
Okay, thank you. And I
you're
agree
okay
with the
the
deferral. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Think you'll have a better one. All right. In committee, Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd move deferral of the application to allow the applicant to discuss the project further with planning and with the neighbors that were before us today.
All right.
I'll second that.
Yeah, you got to talk in the microphone. Didn't hear the last part. The reason for the deferral.
Oh, to allow the applicant to work further with the planning department on their report and with the residents that were in opposition today.
All right, and Mr. Allison seconds that.
Yes,
motion.
second.
Thank you. All in favor of the deferral? That is carried.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, you're welcome. He just needs the last part louder.
Thank you.
Yes, good point. All right. Now where are we? Back to. We did REDMOUNT 21. Is that right? Yes. Well, 115 McKee. Oh, 20. I thought we did REDMOUNT. Oh my. Oh yes, I started into it and then. Right, I'm just confused because it's Mr. Laszlo again. All right. This is 11 REDMOUNT Road, new 2-story dwelling with an integral garage and a covered rear porch. We have variances for rear decks setback to the east lot line, east side eaves projection, lot coverage, building length, and east side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, updated plans, site photos, urban forestry conditions, and a letter of concern. And late revised plans and revisions. Is that one of the late staff reports? I don't think so either. I didn't have it noted. Oh, okay. All right, do we have our applicant?
Yes, good afternoon. Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. Address is 193 Rowe Avenue.
Thank you. Any changes to the application, Mr. Laszlo?
Yes, actually, I have 3 changes.
Okay,
Okay,
let's start with the first variance. Any change?
yes, variance number 1, that 1.22 meters is being changed to 1.3 meters.
Okay. Any
Okay.
change to variance 2?
No, 2 is remaining.
Okay, 3?
Yes, that the coverage is being modified to 36.0%, please.
All right. And 4?
No, that's remaining as is.
And 5?
Yes, that one is being modified to 1.3 meters.
Okay. Thank you. All right, 20, we do have, is someone in the audience here on this item? No? Is this person, it doesn't indicate whether they're a resident or not. They're a resident? Okay, thank you. So we do have a neighbor online. So if you could give us a brief presentation on the application.
Of course, today's application is for a 2-story dwelling, new detached dwelling. I can just briefly go through the variances. Number 1 has to do with the east setback for the rear deck. And again, that was modified to 1.3 meters. So that's what's being proposed. Variance number 2 just has to do with the proximity of the eaves to the east side property line. Not 100% sure why this variance was flagged by the zoning examiner, but I guess it needs to remain. You know, it typically has to do with the eaves trough coming within a foot of the side property line. We are over 2 feet away from the side property line. But again, I just figured I'd mention that. Variance number 3 has to do with the lot coverage. We are proposing 36.0%. And just so the committee is very clear, 30% is required. 36 sounds like it might be high, but in this case, the zoning examiner included the rear deck and the front porch, because the total of those, when added together, come out to more than 5% of the overall lot area. So as a result, they need to be included in the coverage calculation. And the house itself actually conforms. The house itself is actually, I think, slightly under 30%. But when you factor in the front and rear porches and decks, that's what gets the number as high as it is. The variance number 4 just has to do with the building length, and that includes the rear breakfast bump out. This is something that's quite common for the neighborhood. You know, if that rear bump out or if that rear projection was 9'9" or 3 meters away from the side property line, excuse me, we would not need this variance, but because we want to keep it in line with the side wall of the house, it's included in the length of the building. And variance number 4 has to do with the, variance number 5, my apologies, has to do with the side yard setback, the east side yard setback of the dwelling itself, which is being proposed at 1.3, where 1.8 is required. Thank you. Hopefully I wasn't too confusing there.
No, that's okay. I'm just questioning the changes that you made to the variances. Are they reflected in the updated plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are, yeah, right there. That site plan that's up now. Yes. That's the updated site plan.
All right. Questions?
Madam Chair, do we
So,
we have updated elevations as well? to reflect the changes.
We do? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm asking you whether,
Oh,
yep.
you're asking the applicant?
Yeah, what the modifications are reflected in the elevation drawings.
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's hear from the resident.
Name is David Coopersmith, and I live at 10 Corwin Crescent, which backs onto the backyard of 11 Redmount.
All right.
And my concern is that I just want to have some guarantee. During after the winter, we get a huge amount of pooling of water and flooding in the backyard, and I just want to make sure that they're not regrading the backyard that would increase the amount of water flowing into my backyard, and how I can assure that that doesn't occur.
All right. We will ask the applicant to address that.
Thank you for that. Yes, well, as the committee members already know, or most likely already know, a grading plan is required to be submitted to the city, and that shows, and it has to be approved by the city, it'll be reviewed by the city, and that will show how we are not draining any water onto any of the neighboring properties, as we're not permitted to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready? Any further questions for the applicant at this point? No? All right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a reasonable application and supportable. I don't see that it is any way at loggerheads with the existing community. I think it clearly meets the 4 tests. So unless my colleague has any further questions, I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to forestry condition number 1. The application is revised with the revisions mentioned by the applicant.
Right.
Forestry condition number 1, and with the second floor rear balcony to be developed substantially in accordance with the second floor plan. It's shown as being a portion of a roof, and the drawing indicates that the portion doesn't exceed 4 square meters. And I believe that's that the proposal be developed in accordance with the site plan as requested by the planning department.
Okay, I don't think planning is, staff are catching your motion.
Pardon me?
I don't think staff caught your motion because they're not listening.
So should I wait till it's?
Yes.
I think this doesn't work sometimes because this falls off.
Yeah, Mr. Nicol, while we're waiting for staff, is there anything that we could add to ensure that the large structure off the rear remain open?
Yes, that's a good point. We should say that it
Yes.
remains open
Yeah.
on 3 sides, right?
Yeah, either tie to the elevation or I think it's noted on the site plan, but probably more clearly.
Let me see on the elevation. It's better.
We know. We were waiting for you. All right, Mr. Nipfel, let's
I'd like-
attempt that again.
I move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 1, that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan, that the second floor balcony be developed substantially in accordance with the second floor plan, and that the rear doesn't show on the elevation. But the rear deck, what is it called on here?
It's,
That the proposed covered deck
yeah,
remain open on 3 sides.
And perhaps unexcavated below, seeing as we've had a couple of. I mean, unless you.
That's fine, that's
not
fine.
They'll just be back here for more variances, as we saw with another application today.
Yeah,
That's-
so the other option is that you tie to a basement plan, so if the basement doesn't show. up, it
Okay,
has to be-
yeah, we could do that. That's
Okay, that the
easier.
proposed rear deck is developed substantially in accordance with the basement plan, which shows it is not excavated, and the first floor plan, and that it remain open on 3 sides. Pardon?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
it depends, it's covered, but so that it's not completely.
You mean if we
closed.
leave it at open and unenclosed, it's fine? Yes,
Okay.
probably we better do that because I look at the breakfast area wall and I'm like, zoning, yeah, no, I know, I understand. Yeah, that could be a problem. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good catch.
Mr. Allison, do you
Yes.
second that motion?
Yes, I do. Second.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Not really. It's okay. You're allowed. Okay, item 22, 701 Oriole Parkway. This is an application to construct a two-story rear addition with a deck. The variances are for rear deck setback to the south lot line, eaves projection, and floor space index. On file, we have a survey, plans, and photos. Oh, did I skip? Yeah, I did. You know what? I'm sorry. I just want to move on. I apologize. Just to confuse people, especially the people online. Okay, item 21, 115 McKee Avenue. Is this to construct a new dwelling? We have variances for coverage, height of side exterior main walls, number of stories, height of main pedestrian entrance, area of front porch balcony, area of rear deck balcony. On file, we have survey plans, tree planting plan, a tree protection zone plan, cover letter, arborist report, community planning staff report, urban forestry denial memo, and urban forestry conditions. And we have a late letter of support from 113 McKee. All right, let's have our applicant.
Good afternoon, Arlene Beaumont, Outfit and Associates. We are the agents for the owners of 115 McKee Avenue. Our office address is Suite 26, 2140 Winston Park Drive in Oakville. As the staff report mentions, we would like to make some revisions to our variances. All the revisions are downward, making the variances smaller. So I'll just go through the notice. There are no revisions to item number 1, no revisions to item number 2. Item number 3, which is a variance for the height of the exterior side main walls, we would like to request that be reduced to 7.65 meters. We had previously requested 7.79. Item number 4, number of stories is the same. Item number 5, the main pedestrian entrance, we have reduced the height of that to 1.3 meters. We had previously requested 1.5, so we've again brought that down. Item number 6 remains the same. Item number 7, we had initially said that we were going to reduce the size of the deck. In fact, we are going to ask to eliminate item number 7. We will make the deck comply. We've seen forestry comments, and our architect and owner are committed to working with forestry to make sure that that tree can be saved.
Thank you very much. All right. We don't have anyone here on this item, I don't believe. Nobody in the audience on item 21. Okay, let's, any questions for the applicant? No? All right, ready to take it into committee? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Thank you. Questions, anyone, or comments? Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the only issue on this application was in fact variance number 7. I had difficulty with it. Planning had difficulty with it. It's now no longer there. I don't see that there is any, forestry had problems with it. So I really don't see any difficulty with the application. I think it's supportable. I'd like to move approval of the application, and I think forestry's condition number 2 was dependent on variance number 7 staying in, and it's gone, so I don't think there are any conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Allison.
Yeah, just to clarify, Mr. Diffel took the words right out of my mouth. Just as a point of clarification, approval, it's a motion for approval as modified, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy to second that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Mr. Secretary. Trent.
There is a forestry memo
Yeah.
that should you approve it, they're recommending a condition.
Two.
But they, oh, sorry, they removed that one. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Yeah, it was 7. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay. All right. Okay, all in favor? It's carried. Now we're going to go to item 22. 701 Oriole Parkway, 2-story rear addition with deck. Variances are for rear deck, setback to the south lot line, eaves projection, floor space index. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos. I believe that's all. Do we have our applicant with us?
Parkway.
Hello?
Hello,
Yes.
it's Mitchell Massacott, 701 Oriole Parkway.
All right, thank you. Any changes to the application today?
Not on this side.
Okay. We do have a resident, I believe, online, not in the audience. So if you could give us a brief presentation of your proposal.
Yes, just a 2-story addition to the rear of the property, consistent with the other buildings that have been pretty much all developed along that street. It's one of the few remaining older dwellings for obviously residential use.
All right, thank you. Perhaps we'll hear from the residents, see what their concerns are, and then you can address those.
Sure.
All right, let's have the resident online.
Hello, are you able to hear me, Madam Chairman?
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay. My name is Yichun Huang from 697 Oriole Parkway, right next to the applicant's property on the south side. So the major concern from our side is not regarding the dwelling, but the backyard, because the proposed plan illustrate that the backyard would be graded and leveled down at the basement level, which is about 2 to 3 meters lower than our backyard. And the problem with that is we have a retaining wall on that side. So, and now it's partially buried underground. So if the proposed backyard is built and excavation is done, my retaining wall will be exposed, basically. So I'm just wondering if the applicant has any methods to address and make sure that my retaining wall and the backyard is not affected.
All right. We'll bring the applicant back to address that.
Hi. Yes, there was no intended grading occurring in the backyard. The 2-story addition is cantilevered, and there is no requirement to change any of the grading at all, so there's no effect to the retaining wall.
All right, thank you. Okay, ready to take it into committee? Okay. Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Your rear deck is substantially above grade and poses an overlook problem for the adjacent property owners, I would suspect. Would you be agreeable to putting a privacy screen on the north and the south edges of that deck?
100%. Just by way of reference, the property to the north actually does have a deck which is at the same grade or level as the proposed deck. So I don't know if it's just missing from whatever site plans that you might have. But privacy screens are totally acceptable.
Yeah, there is a privacy screen on the adjacent property to the north, is that right?
I don't think there's a privacy screen. There is just a deck and railing. You can see it there.
A raised
Okay.
deck, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but you don't have any problems with putting privacy screen on your deck?
Totally fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfeld, are you ready to make a motion?
Um,
Oh, sorry.
It's been taking the words out of my mouth this afternoon, so
Oh, okay.
we let him.
Thank you, Madam
Saving
Chairman.
your voice.
This application clearly is minor. It's an addition. It's nice to see additions instead of people completely taking properties down and rebuilding them from scratch. So I'm very supportive of this. The only concern I had was overlook from the rear deck. The applicant has agreed to put a privacy screen, so I'd like to move approval subject to there being 1.5 meter privacy screens measured from the deck on the north and the south edges of that deck.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Allison seconds
Yes,
that
second.
motion. Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. The application has been approved.
Thank you very much, all. Have a nice day.
23 was deferred, so we are doing 24, 222 Belgravia Avenue. This is an application for a 3-story detached fourplex with a garden suite. Variances for front porch setback to east side lot line, east side yard setback, west side yard setback, front porch encroachment into east side lot line. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, supporting material, comparables, photos, urban forestry memo, and 4 letters of objection. Do we have people in the audience on this item? No?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see your hands.
Lots of people.
We're gonna deal with the applicant first. We'll call on you in a sec, okay? Thank you. All right, let's have our applicant first.
Good evening, Ali Shokeri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Thank you very much. Any changes to make to the application today?
Sorry, Madam Chair, no change to the application.
Okay, thank you. All right. We do have residents in the audience today, so if you could make a brief presentation on the application for us.
Sure. Well, under the current zoning provisions, we're technically able to proceed with this application without the minor variance application in the context of a renovation. So the existing house, as you see on this graph, has an existing wall highlighted by purple color. It's 11 centimeters from the property line, and according to section 10.54071 of the zoning bylaw, we can basically take that as the allowable setback and develop this building. But we are here to hopefully, with your help, do a building that is new and has better quality, faster construction, better fire safety ratings, and many other advantages. This is, I mean, if you look at this graph just displayed, that red dotted line shows the outline of a building that we can do as of right. The yellow highlighted is the existing wall of the existing house, which we can keep. And there's just one issue of this graph is that the entire east wall can be actually developed on the with the 11 centimeter side yard setback. It's shown differently on this graph. But we can build the entire east wall with that 11 centimeter if we go back to that. Yeah, and well, even if we comply with the setback of 1.2 meter on the west side, still it will result in a larger house, larger building. Basically, it's a fourplex. It's not a house. So basically, we're here to ask these variances before you in order to be able to build a new building, which, as I mentioned, has a better quality, and it improves the side yard of 11 centimeters to 45 centimeters. The two variances you see, that the east side yard of 0.45, which is almost 4 times more than the existing setback. And the other side, we are just reducing the required side of the 1.2 meter to 1.07. This is a 25-foot lot, or 7.6 meters, which is very narrow. I believe everybody knows that 1.2 meter side yard is anyways is too large for such a lot. And the two other variances, number 1 and number 4, actually are speaking about that front porch. If you turn the page to my to the other pages of the support material, if I mean, I have some, yes, that green area, just that little tiny extension of the front porch allows the access to one of the side and one of the front entries. I mean, that little area is causing two variances. But if you go to the other page, you can perhaps see it on the floor plan. Okay, no, I think we passed that. But yeah, you can. I mean, these are the precedents and evidence in the neighborhood. I encourage you to study it. But if you go to the end of this, yeah, there are some photos I want to refer to. The first photo on my support material. If you display it, yeah. So this is one of those examples of the very small side yard that is right on the property line. I don't think that's, although it is possible, it's we prefer to stay away from that sort of condition. If we go to the next page, we see other example of the same type. These are very, very near neighborhood. Whitemore is just 1 street away. We go to the next page. Yeah, this is another one, for example, on Livingston, 1 street to the south. And also the neighborhood is very diverse. There is presence of like mid-rise buildings, all different kinds. If you turn pages, we can see other examples. So the neighborhood is diverse, and fourplex is a permitted use. I'm sure everybody knows that. And we are here only to ask for some variances, some side yard variance, basically, that is improving the existing condition. And we're really hoping that you move forward to approve it. I have no further comments. If there's any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions, panel? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've had some fourplex and garden suites before us today that did not have the exterior stair at the back. And they fit into the neighborhood much better than this particular approach, which has a really dominant stairway at the back for fire access. Did you look at alternatives for removing that stairway at the back?
Yes, Mr. Nipfel, we did, and if there is any way to do so, it's to everybody's advantage to take that way. Although I'm just basically not very sure. Even, yeah, I witnessed that hearing. I think it was case number 2, which didn't show a staircase, and the staircase is not a zoning matter. It's
I know that.
Ontario Building Code, and I doubt very much that it can be during the building permit process. It could be avoided, and if there is a way to avoid it, of course, it's to even our benefit not to have it. Nobody would want to do those staircases unless it's absolutely required. And I'm sure most of the cases that were before you for the fourplexes do have that staircase. So we have, and that is fortunately not not part of the variances required. So we have had to include that as the as something that was required by OBC. And I mean, if there is a way to avoid it, well, I'm going to look into it. But you know, we have entertained that option. I don't think if there is any
Perhaps that is something you could look into, because
Of course.
increasingly the fourplexes that have been before panels that I've sat on, there are more of them that don't have those exterior stairways. Now it requires that you accommodate fire access and exit within the building. And it requires a bit more floor area, but there are increasing numbers of them that don't have the exterior stairway. And as you, I think, appreciate, that makes melding them into the community a lot more easy. So perhaps you could look into that.
Of course, indeed, thank you very much for that comment. If this lot was wider, let's say, and I've seen many other applications such as, if this was wider, avoiding that staircase would be a lot easier. We've other part of the town, we've done that. But with a 25-foot lot, I don't know. I cannot say it's impossible, but we haven't found any solution. And I promise myself as a professional that if we find that solution, we definitely entertain it. Nobody wants to have that staircase unless it's absolutely possible. Once again, I would like to mention that we are here only for the side yards, and I'm very, very happy that comparing to the other cases before you, particularly number 2, which had 9 variances, we have only 2 side yards, existing side yards, and absolutely no variance for the garden suite. And this is done by means of a zoning notice. This is not even a waiver, so we are absolutely sure about the variances.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready to proceed to the residents now. All right, gentlemen, it's your turn to speak. Please make sure you state your name and address first, and make sure the microphone is on.
Hello.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention at the beginning, the permission for the fourplex and the garden suite has been previously granted by council. So we're not considering the merits of whether a fourplex or a garden suite's permitted on the site. I just wanted you to know that. We're just considering the variances that they are asking for in order to build it. So, but go ahead.
He approved it by demolition. After he finished it, I tear it down, I go in jail. I am explaining to her why. For this reason, I am here.
Can we start with your name and address, please?
Corrado Bisha, 220 Belgravia Avenue. I am east side neighbor. His spare property line with me.
Can you, sorry, just speak into the microphone? I'm not sure it would have caught it.
220 Belgravia Avenue.
And your name?
Corrado Korab Visha, full name.
Thank you.
This guy, this neighborhood, me, I am in east side of him. I have 11 years I live there. I invest all my life there. 350,000 to this home. I buy it 2015. I fix new driveway, new home, new waterproofing, new garage. It's proof, it's there, it's fact. You can see it now. Picture from my home, 220 Belgravia is everywhere in Google. You can see it, click it. I need them to say, no, welcome to neighborhood, everybody. We live here. I work for CITIN. I clean garbage all my life, 4 o'clock in the morning to 6 afternoon. I work for GFL. Today I leave early. I told boss I have in this situation. He said, yes, go. The problem is, you know, I have 2 complaints. It's too high in middle to residential, 4plex. These people welcome here. For this one is for business side. It's not to live. Like my family, my daughter, my son, my brothers. He's gonna leave it by rent. Today we have problem parking. Every day we have fighting. Belgravia is very, very nice residential, a quiet residential wood. Very, very nice. Start from Whitmore all up. He's gonna come 4 or 5 apartments there. family is gonna live. At least 2 cars, each of them, plus 2 garden suite in back, in 24 feet, 110 long, 25, wide. My wife, she survived with breast cancer 13 years. No more sun for her, no more oxygen for her. I am bungalow, me am here. The city is gonna go here. No more sun. From 2 o'clock afternoon, she's dead, finished. She have to walk to go to the park to get little sun, vitamin D, to survive, to survive. This one is my complaint. I know not to touch my property line. I built new garage. He's gonna build garden city in back. I don't know how he's gonna build it. Lord knows, not me. It's too close with me. You see it in Google. My garage is here. My property line is my garage here. Straight up. He's gonna go deep to build city. Another things, I need warranty for my home. My home is too old. I make waterproofing driveway. I make brand new driveway. My home is built 1913. It's 112 years old home. He's gonna build, in this side. I don't know he's gonna leave it, retire wall, or he's gonna give rid of them. This one is in contractor, You understand? I need warranty for this one. Another things, these people, he touched me, my life not exist anymore. I told my kids already and my wife, I am gonna wait until they finish it. I am gonna demolish it. Bum, bye-bye. He's me. Who's have money, he survive. Who's this poor, say clean garbage 16 hours, he's gonna die. It's my turn. I am gonna die. This one is my concern for this one. Sorry for this word, I'm 56 years old, but I have a right. I pay tax here too. I work 16 hours every day in minus 13 plus 30. To keep clean this one, it will look you guys straight up and nice. What is right for me, what is right for him, what is right for all of them, that community, to live together. So is my last words. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the resident? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's have the applicant back to address the concerns.
Madam Chair, we have other.
Oh, yes, we do. I'm sorry. We have somebody online, right? 2 people, I believe.
Boulevard, please hold. Is unmuted.
Thank you for unmuting me. Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live directly across the street at 223 my name's Howard Bisgold. I live directly across the street at 223 Belgravia. I'm here to object to the minor variance application for 222 Belgravia. My comments are based on planning considerations and the 4 tests under the Planning Act. Firstly, the variants do not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. The bylaw requires a minimum side yard setback of 1.2 meters for detached houseplexes. This proposal reduces the east side setback to approximately 0.46 meters, which is a reduction of more than 60%. That space is not functionally usable and does not meet the intent of the setback standards. Secondly, the proposal does not maintain the intent of the official plan. This is a neighborhood where development must be compatible and appropriate. Here, a multi-unit houseplex is combined with 2 separate garden suite on a very constrained lot. The cumulative effect is an overbuilt site with compressed open space and increased massing and overlooked impacts. Thirdly, the variances are not desirable for the appropriate development of the site, particularly when considering the safety and functionality. The extremely narrow side yards, constrained rear access raise legitimate concerns about emergency access to the garden suite. There's no clear demonstration of a continuous unobstructed access route of sufficient width for firefighting or emergency response. These limitations are a direct result of the requested zoning relief. The proposal also increases residential occupancy on the lot while relying on very limited circulation space, which can create conflicts between emergency responders and occupants during evacuation. In winter conditions, narrow side yards become obstructed by snow and ice, further reducing access. Finally, these variances are not minor either individually or cumulatively. The magnitude of the side yard reductions combined with the porch encroachments and the addition of a separate rear dwelling results in a build form that is substantially different from the zoning bylaw intends for this site. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee to refuse the application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the resident? All right. Next person.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is the other resident is not on the call anymore.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's have Mr. Shakari back to address the comments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I heard the comments, our neighbor to the east, number 220. I think he should be more concerned if we basically moved forward as of right, or even if we just propose a single house on that property. We still have to keep that existing side yard of 11 centimeter or ask for some sort of a variance for the side yard. But in any case, a new building, as he mentioned, he needs some warranty, or he's concerned about the waterproofing. These are basically technicality of the issue, and they will be definitely significantly improved in the context of a new building. As opposed to a construction, because the quality of what exists is not as good. If we had to underpin, or if we had to basically waterproof the wall, then there is more risk and more hazard, and at the end it doesn't. It's not going to be good for either of us, either number 220 or number 222. That's the subject case. He mentioned the house is too high. I'm glad that we worked very hard not to have a height variance. Even that angle for the after the permissible wall height is met, so that we don't need a wall height variance. And these are quite rare when you look at other cases that come to the Committee of Adjustment. I'm glad we were able to meet all those basically limitations and not to ask any variance. And I'm sure you've seen other cases, but any other development such as will ask for some sort of height variance. We have not, this is, he mentioned it's a very nice neighborhood. I don't think if we are doing a very ugly building, I mean, that we presented the elevations, and this is going to be a decent house, decent building, actually, sorry. And it's very similar to other development in the area of submitted photos. 3 floors above grade and 1 floor below grade. I think by doing any other type of development, well, none of the concerns of our neighbor at number 220 is going to be addressed if it doesn't get any worse. And with regards to the comments of our neighbor, the opposite side of the street, number 223, I think, well, this is, I mean, again, this is a fourplex that is a permitted use. It's been approved. It's a recent approval. Many other applicants coming to this committee asking for some variances. They're not asking for permission to do a fourplex, because that is a permitted use. And any other comments such as the occupancy or parking or issues such as, you know, it's basically people who actually approve these bylaws. They have given enough thought and enough reasons to approve it, and we're just using the same approvals And he mentioned about the fire safety. That's the building code again. I don't think if that's the subject here of the committee, but again, of course, we have to comply with that 1 meter fire access and 45-meter distance for the garden suite, which surprisingly, it's the only one that I've seen not requiring a variance. And I mean, I on my side, in the context of the existing side yard being 11 centimeters only, and we could use that to develop even a bigger, larger building. I think this is very appropriate. I hope you agree. If you have any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allison?
I'm just curious, how does the applicant intend to provide emergency access to the garden suite at the rear? Because my understanding is a 1.2 meter requirement. That's Toronto Fire. If in the event that that garden suite does catch fire, how is fire getting back there?
Thanks, Mr. Allison. Good question. It's only 1 meter. The requirement is 1 meter, and we are exceeding that 1 by 1.07 meters. So from the where the fire truck stops, the garden suite has to be within 45 meters, and 1 meter clear path has to be provided to the entrance of that garden suite, which we have exceeded that by 7 centimeters. Why we didn't ask for 1 meter? You know, if later on they want to put up a fence, or if there is any construction error or whatever, sometimes happens, and it's very unfortunate. And you know, even in that case, we have to come back to the committee, ask for your approval. But if things like that happens, at least the building code issue has happened, because building code issues are not the same as variances. We cannot really ask for any variance for the building code. So
fair enough. If it's 1 meter, I will stand corrected on that. But I was just I was under the impression as 1.2. It's I think 1 meter might be the right answer there.
Some
Okay.
part.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On your site plan, you don't have any pathways. There's a need to have access to the stair that goes down to the lower level. There's a need to link the stairway that I spoke of earlier. There needs to be some kind of a path from that to the side yard, and there needs to be a walkway from the garden suite to one or both of the side yards. They're not shown on your plan, and you've got a soft landscape area of 87.5%. That didn't allow for all these paved areas, did it? Or did it?
Yes, it did, certainly. And again, the fire access is through the side yard on the west side, which is exceeding 1 meter. During the building permit process, we have to show a lot more information, such as where are the lights, the exit signs, so many other Ontario Building Code annotations that we have to add to the drawings. Obviously, for the minor variance application, we didn't include that. Same as other applicants, mostly. And yes, the rear yard landscaping is basically calculated based on all the features that we are showing here, and we have that access to the garden suite through the 1.07 meters.
So you have accounted for pathways to link the garden suite to the side yards and to connect the exterior stairway to the side yards. They're already taken out, and you still have 87.5% soft landscaping?
Yes, sir. Absolutely correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? All right. Let's take it into committee.
Madam Chair, maybe I can get us started. At first glance, I think it's a good application. I particularly like the use of the angular plane at the front and the back to keep that front main wall in check. We've seen a couple multiplex applications in this broader neighborhood, which is characteristic of low-rise dwellings. A lot of one-story dwellings, whether two-story, they're not very tall. So where we've seen applications for 3 or 4-story buildings, raised basements, higher first floor levels, this, by comparison, is in check. There's a as-built, I think one of the neighbors that spoke to a new build across the street, it's very similar, I think, in terms of the overall massing. I share similar concern that Mr. Nitfeld had about the staircase, but I'm not sure there's much we can do about that. It isn't as of right. To his point about incorporating it within the building, I think it's a good one. What I think we'd end up with is a building that rather than is 17 meters and as of right, I think 17 or 19 here, we'd be looking at like 20 or 21 meters, as was the case with an earlier application today, to facilitate the accommodation of that stair somewhere central in the building, such that the kind of main living space would be available on the rear main wall, since that wall is the only wall that has access for windows and light. If it's a little tight in terms of the setback on the side. 0.46 meters is really tight. I am I like to consider, as with a lot of the built form in the city, sometimes with properties or the block form of the area, there's not necessarily the same setback on each side. There's a little give and take, where my own property is similar. I have a 0 meter setback on one side, but a very generous on the other. And that condition is carried over a couple lots. So each neighbor benefits, the setback is benefited from the one side, and the expectation is that the neighbor on the other. But in this case, it's 0.46. I don't know if that is enough. I'm usually not a fan on a completely new build saying, well, the existing building's there, therefore I should have that setback grandfathered in. But obviously there is consideration if they are using the foundation wall to build on versus building a brand new building. If I go to the public notice, in this case, it's, the purpose is a new 3-story detached fourplex. So the existing condition kind of means less to me. I guess where I look to my colleagues is whether or not that setback on the shorter side is enough, the 0.46, or whether it would a little bit more would benefit in this case. For access at 0.46, you're going to require encroachment on the neighbor's property and all that, which again is the neighbor's right if they're building, but also consideration of maintenance and any structures or anything that have to hang off of the building. The question then becomes, is 0.46 sufficient on the east side yard? But other than that, I think, certainly from the street, the front elevation is excellent. The use of the angular planes, frankly, that's kind of what I was hoping to see more of with some of our multiplex applications today. And I disagree with some of the submissions that the incorporation of an angular plane on the 3rd floor makes that space not usable. It really doesn't take away a lot from the space, but it really does a lot to reduce the impact of the building as seen from the street. So I'll commend the applicant in that regard. They've designed a good looking building that I think fits within the area.
Thank you. Mr. Nitfeld, do you have some comments?
Certainly. I think the 0.46 is too small, for maintenance in particular. If there isn't ability to get onto the adjacent property, and perhaps that's the way it should be, I think maintenance of this property is really difficult and a challenge. So I have real problems with the side yard setback. I share my colleague's view about the appearance of the building. It's been handsomely dealt with from the street, and I applaud that. I abhor the back stair. I just think we're all going to be sitting around years from now wondering what people were thinking when they put these stairs on the back of these buildings. They are so dominant, so overpowering, and they destroy so much privacy for the existing residents that my heart bleeds for them. I think it's a terrible solution. To my colleague's point, I would have preferred a longer building with the fire exit incorporated into the building. I think that would be better. I think when you look at this particular proposal, if you look at the huge amount of the backyard that's taken up by that stairway, that's unusable space. It's of no use at all in the backyard. So to, instead of that, have the building go back a meter or so, I think you'd still have more usable backspace between the main building and the garden suite. So my concerns rest with those two items: the side yard, which I don't support, and there's no variance for the exterior stair, but I really think it's a mistake.
If it makes you feel better, British Columbia recently amended their building code for a single stair for similar properties. It's a frustration of my own, because that second stairway makes these projects, they're not feasible. They get to the point where they take up so much space. You'd require a 21-meter building depth just to make a feasible. We saw that today, that the second application, you see how much further it had to go back. And I know they talked about the elevator, but it really is the incorporation of the stair. So I share in that frustration.
It makes you question why they're permitted on a lot this size. I think it's just, everything is so compressed, and the variances aren't that great. But excuse me, they do have an impact, and I agree with that east side yard. It's just really, really tight for a number of reasons.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned. I know the fire access is it's a meter. I thought it was 1.2, but it appears to be a meter. It's really pushing it at that.
Yep.
If you need to get to a garden suite, if the neighbor was to put a property line fence on there, just the encroachment of that fence, the half of the fence of an extra 2-3 inches, I mean, you're really almost making that garden suite. It's not buildable. Fire.
It isn't just fire access as well. My son's a paramedic.
Yeah.
I can't imagine him getting to a heart condition in that backyard. They're moving at a really fast speed. They don't have time to dodge stuff, and that wood isn't wide enough for the equipment they have to take through.
Yeah. Well, gurney or, but it is 1 meter, right? You look at egress stairs in condominiums, they're 0.9 meters, a lot of the time 1.1 at the most. So
yeah,
but it's really coming right up to the line. And I very rarely take the position that, well, just because the existing building was afforded a setback, that now it's sort of grandfathered, you can tear that building down and now that becomes your setback. That to me, that's not planning rationale.
and it also impacts what could be done on those adjacent lots in the future, which at some point may be redeveloped, right? So then you have, yeah, and do they have to, are they permitted the 0.46 setback?
Well, it becomes inaccessible at that point. If they
Yeah.
both have 0.46, how do you access the building? Then we're looking at we're looking more of a row condition. So, I mean, I would be at the minimum 0.6 meters, which is 2 feet. But I also want to be mindful of the fact that this will probably be 2 feet that, I mean, they could fence it. It would probably be left open and probably be to the neighbor's, I guess, advantage to have there.
But does it make a big difference? Is it that helpful?
Well, it's helpful to the extent that if they needed repairs, I think
That's the big issue for me.
Yeah.
I have a 0.6 meter variance from, I think I mentioned before, and I almost wish I had given myself a little more because you have to turn sideways and squish between the fence, but it is, it's an accessible space. And of course, yeah, I mean, you try to use your space as best as possible. So, you can hang stuff in there and whatnot, but it's very tight. So maybe an amended, a friendly amendment, because overall the lot's actually not that narrow. I mean, it's still a pretty, I'm south of Bloor, so anything north of 20
It's
feet is
small for
considered
North York.
luxury, right?
Let's put it that way.
But I mean, the typical lot in my neighborhood is 16 feet wide. So we have multiplexes, that end up being, 16 feet wide. In this case, you've got a good amount of space to facilitate a little bit more of a setback. I'm talking a couple inches here.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel, your thought on that in terms of a slight increase to that east side yard setback?
I'm nervous about picking the number without
Yeah.
thinking about it a lot. I mean, I'm thinking 0.6, but I don't know. I'd almost prefer to have a discussion about it, but yeah, I'd be open to making it a little bit bigger. The thing that I find interesting is when I joined the committee, hardly anybody questioned side yard setbacks. We're learning. Side yard setbacks are becoming a huge problem. And I'm finding that this committee in particular is taking side yard setbacks much more seriously. And because we're all having experience, people are advising us of problems and we're having problems ourselves. I just don't see putting something that on paper looks bad. In fact, it'll be worse. It always is. So I
guess my only other devil's advocate position is if they didn't go ahead with this and they build a single family home, they're going to build on the 0.46. They're going to be deeper, longer. It's going to taller possibly. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I think I'm not a zoning examiner, but my understanding is any extension beyond the existing dwelling would then have to require
True.
the 0.6. And I'm not sure, depending on the area, if you build on top, that sometimes it's grandfathered, but I've had conflicting
True.
zoning, and it comes back from zoning on that one. So
All right. Well, let's consider a motion. Somebody?
I just lost connection, but I'd be happy to. Maybe I'm not the best for emotion. My screens are black right now.
Okay.
But I would be supportive of a approval with an amended variance on, I believe it's the east side yard setback to 0.6 meters. It's modest, but I think
I could go with that. I think that's reasonable.
Variance
2.
2. Modify it from 0.46 to 0.60.
And it's the east side setback.
Yeah. And there is forestry condition 3. All right?
Yeah, I don't have my.
No, that's
Yes,
okay.
that is-
We're just filling in the blanks.
Forestry 3, that's all there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for the record, no concern with the height and excellent use
Yeah,
for those
it is a
angular
really good
planes.
design.
I'm so happy to see that. It was,
Sensitive.
very sensitive.
Uh-huh.
For a difficult neighborhood. That's characteristic of very low rise homes. It often, frankly, I think get overlooked just because there is such a variety within the street
Yeah.
that we sort of,
Having said that, your discussion before, was that a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Could I suggest as a friendly amendment that you tie the front elevation?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Nickel.
Your entire argument's been about, but we should make sure it happens.
Yeah, no, and hopefully maybe that assuages some of your concern about the overall, the fit and the massing and all that. It wasn't a requirement, but the fact he's done it, I think speaks volume. So, I applaud him for that. Okay, so an amendment as well to tie the, I apologize again, I don't have the But is a specific variance, Mr. Nitfeld, we should tie that to, or just tie the overall approval to
The
the,
variance that it fits to, I don't.
okay. Let's tie, I want to make sure it doesn't conflict with any of the amendments that we made, because the drawings won't be,
Well, the front elevation would not, I believe.
you'd want to capture it in the side elevation, just because you want those angular planes off the side.
And the variances have to do with the front porch, the east side yet setback, the west side yard setback, and the front porch again. So there's nothing that,
No. So you could tie it to the side,
Side elevation?
yeah, and the front, maybe?
Yeah,
why not both?
okay.
Front and side elevations?
Yeah, I mean, they have it at the rear too, but
Oh, it's up to you.
my concern mostly was, I mean,
Sorry, substantially in accordance with? Yeah.
it's my, motion. Try to get
Mr.
online.
Nipfeld, second? All right, all in favor? That is carried. All right. Moving right along. Item 25. 387 Millwood Road. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a two-story front and rear addition. The variances are for floor space index, east side yard setback, front yard setback, eaves projection into the east side yard, projection of addition beyond the existing external wall. On file, we have survey plans, photos, a letter of support, and correspondence regarding support. We have our applicant.
Evening committee, my name is John Boone, architect. I'm acting on behalf of the owners. My address is 51 Arundel Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Boone, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No.
All right, thank you. Committee, do we need a presentation? Or do we have any questions for Mr. Boone? We don't seem to, there's no one here on this application. Okay.
Madam Chair, just give me one moment. I just got back online.
The only issue that we might want to discuss is the fact that there is an east yard setback of 0.29 meters, but it is the existing condition.
Yeah.
And he's putting an addition on either end, and he's just extending that 0.29. It is very tight, but I don't think extending it in this case creates much of a problem.
I agree.
We don't have any opposition from the immediate neighbor as well. It's helpful.
We have a letter of support from 397 Millwood.
371 too.
Excuse me. Madam Chair, I don't require presentation for this one.
All right. All right, let's take it into committee then.
Yes.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that the site actually in what the applicant is trying to do is a bit of a challenge, but I think he's handled it extremely well. I think what he's proposing fits well into this area, into this community. I think it makes sense to use the site the way he has. I don't actually see any difficulties. I think it's consistent with the area, and I think it clearly meets the 4 tests. So I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Allison, second that?
Second that, yes.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. All right, item 26 was deferred. So we should be on item 27, 310 St. Germain Avenue. This is a new detached dwelling with a rear deck and basement walkout. The variances are for side exterior main wall, building depth, floor space index, front porch east side yard setback, front stair width, and height of rear deck. On file, we have survey plans, site photos, and we received a late presentation. How about our applicant? Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, my AirPods are not working, so I'm glad you can hear me. Heidi Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 310 St. Germain.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just checking. Are you gentlemen here on this item?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking. All right. We don't have anybody here then on this item. Do we need a presentation? No. Saying we don't need a presentation. Questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Evangelista, would you have any difficulty with providing a privacy screen on the west side of the rear deck?
Through you, Madam Chair? No, I would not.
Thank you. That's the only concern I had.
All right. I have a note on in my notes about this one has a sub basement, like it's a, yeah.
Which is included in the FSI.
Oh, the sub basement?
It is. Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay.
The FSI for the 2 floors is only 0.62. So zoning has included the basement, portion of the basement and sub basement in the FSI.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's enlightening.
I do want to say one thing. I noticed that there's a typo, and staff may have to chime in on this one. Number 2, the maximum permitted building depth for a detached house is 17 meters. Our proposed building depth, I believe that should be length.
Oh, not depth?
Yeah. Because a building depth is 19.
That's right.
And we don't have a building depth because we comply with the front yard setback.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
So I don't know how we want to handle that.
What is the building depth?
19.
It's 19, the building depth?
Oh, so that's.
So basically this is what, so many eyes have reviewed this and I just caught it and I saw it today. I went through it again today. So the actual building length is 18.46. We comply with the front yard setback. The required front yard setback is 4.28. We have 4.43. So if we have 18.46, if we have a building length of 18.46 plus the difference in the front yard setback, we would comply with the building depth, but our building length, we still need a building length variance.
We haven't got one.
And I think that's a typo.
Madam
So
Chair,
sorry.
sorry.
What should
When
we
you look
do?
at the zoning review,
He
the
says
depth variance is correct. There is no length variance on a zoning review.
Yeah. So I think that being said, because I can say that there is a length variance. And I can't go forward knowing that, because I believe I tried to get we've been trying to get a hold of Wally before the holidays, just to verify that that is a typo also on behalf of zoning. And we've been trying, but we're not having much luck. So how shall we proceed? I think then we need to defer.
Yeah, I think that's your only way to proceed at this point,
Yeah,
unfortunately, to clarify.
yeah. And I think Simon will agree to that.
It's up to us, apparently, not
Oh,
Simon.
okay, Madam Chair, it's up to you and the members.
Yep. All right, leave it with us. Yeah, let's go into committee. Mr. Allison.
Yeah,
Well,
it's unfortunate,
Madam
but
Chair, it's really up to the applicant
Yes, well,
to request a deferral
All right.
or a missing variance.
so Ms. Evangelista, are you requesting a deferral?
Well, yes, if that is not if that is not going to be considered as a typo, then yes, I will be looking for a deferral.
Well, there is a depth variance on a zoning view, so you're literally missing a variance, even if we change that to
You know
length,
what
and you'd
though,
be missing a depth.
if you look at the depth, he wrote, see, and we all know that building depth is 19 meters, whereas he put building depth, but he put 17 meters, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So that's the catch, right? But I don't wanna take any chances. That wouldn't be fair to my client. So we will have to defer and hopefully we get a response.
You moving deferral?
Okay, the
Yeah.
applicant has requested a deferral.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mean, better caught now than after decisions made and then have to come back and
100%.
refile.
That's unfortunate.
So, maybe that's the silver lining in this. I'll move a motion for deferral so the applicant can clarify the variances and update the public notice if necessary.
All right,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Nipfeld. All in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, 28, 396 Courtleigh Boulevard. Oh, I know what this application is. This is to build a rear deck and locate 2 ground-mounted AC units in the east side yard. The variances are for coverage, east side yard setback to a deck, west side yard setback to a deck, rear yard setback to a deck, AC unit setback to the east lot line. On file, we have a previous decision from January 2025. Survey plans, photos, a planning staff report, and letters of objection. Do we have the applicant with us? Online, I guess.
Smiley?
Hello? Is this,
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. It's Neil Smiley speaking. Can you hear me well?
Yes. Are you on 396 Courtleigh Boulevard?
Yes, I am. I'm here for the applicant, and we're ready to present. There's also architect available, but if I could.
Okay, we lost your sound. Now you sound like you're in the closet.
Oh, goodness. This happened the last time. If I'm speaking closer to the unit, is that any better?
It's a bit better, but you were great at the beginning. I don't know what happened.
Let me try that. Does that do anything?
I think it's tolerable.
Oh, I'm
It'll
so
do.
sorry.
That's okay.
All right. I will speak loud and hopefully nobody will throw anything here.
That's fine.
Pleasure. My name's Neil Smiley. I'm a Faskin law firm of 6 Jakes Avenue, apartment 506 in Toronto, and I'm on behalf of the applicant, Chabad on the Avenue, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and I'm pleased to speak to you this evening. Happy New Year. We also have Edward Avshayer of Turner Fleischer Architects and a representative of Chabad should any operational questions come up that I can't answer. Let me just double check you can still hear me.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So firstly, Madam Chair, members of the committee, it's important to note that there's no new bricks and mortar nor construction being proposed here, and that the structures that you see and exist today are permitted and the status quo. As the preliminary review indicates, and as Madam Chair, as you introduce, the variances are only in respect of the location of the 2 east side air conditioning units and the rear yard deck, which replaces two smaller ones. It's also important to note, and I'll get to this in a moment, the entire west flank of the property is Bathurst Street. It's at the corner of Courtleigh and Bathurst. And Chabad, your applicant, also owns the adjoining immediately property to the east of the subject site, that being 394 Courtleigh Avenue. And this fact is super important as the coverage and yard setbacks are going to be internalized such that the primary impacted property or party is in fact the applicant at 394 Courtleigh, next door being the applicant itself. Lastly, what's also important, members, is that the uses for day nursery and ancillary place of worship, which you may see in a letter of objection and you may hear about this evening, are indeed permitted. And that's not what we're here before you this evening. It's simply for the air conditioning units and the rear yard deck. So looking at the variances, Madam Chair, members of committee, there's 5 of them. The 4 of them are impacted or created by the deck. And the last one is by the 2 air conditioning units. Please have regard the fact that the applicant owns the property to the immediate east. So regarding the deck and its coverage, that percentage, of course, is skewed. It's presently 35% and complies, but when you add in the surface area of the deck, you get that higher number. But as I said earlier, there's absolutely no addition to the building coverage, to the existing built structure, and the rear yard deck will principally serve the ancillary place of worship for post-services, snacks, and the like, as the day nursery space is just not conducive for such uses of such space. I'd submit that the actual coverage of the structures that you see is in keeping with what you would expect in the neighborhood, and the deck height at 2 meters is the same as what exists today, albeit the deck is larger. No one's going to not say that. And the additional deck space will make the functional space far more appropriate for use and desirable. The relationship of that deck to the adjoining properties, I'd submit to you, is not going to provide an impact because the applicant itself is the owner of the immediately adjoining property to the east. You've got Bathurst Street to the west, and the 5.24 meters setback in the rear, which is one of the variants as well. It's a rear yard setback, members, but it's really to a side yard condition of that property on Bathurst Street immediately to the north. The variance is number 3, so that's the coverages 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the reduced yard setbacks that are created by the deck. I hear the committee's concern about reducing setbacks, and I don't disagree with you. However, as not setting a precedent, but actually finding its way to the finish line here, because the deck is next door to the property our client owns, I would suggest to you that the impact is not there. Any required access to the rear, about the rear, for emergency or regular purposes will not be an issue, as the ownership is the same. The last variance is regarding the 0 setback of the air conditioning units to that exact same lot line. I had the chance and I was able to speak with the planner who wrote his report, Adam Nanji, this afternoon, and I reviewed his comments with him and his recommendation. I sent a late email, my apologies to the committee, confirming our discussion. I reviewed with Mr. Nanji that the applicant is indeed the owner of the adjoining property and how that impacts his assessment. And he confirmed that his concerns, particularly the impacts he cited in his report, would be essentially addressed by the fact that Chabad owns the adjoining property at 394 Courtleigh. And I agreed and advised Mr. Nanji that we're prepared to ask the committee to impose a condition to be sure the variances only work if the ownership remains the same of the 2 properties, the 396 Courtleigh property in front of you and the adjoining property at 394 Courtleigh. And I'll be asking the committee to impose that condition as part of its approval. The final thing I have to say is that the variances before you are minor in nature, members. I explained how they arise, the lack of impact on third parties, and how through the condition we can ensure that we don't have a situation where a third party could be impacted by those reduced setbacks. They are appropriate and desirable for the development of the property and within the general intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. My apologies for going slightly over, but those are my submissions. If you have any questions, I'd be pleased to try to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? No? No questions for the applicant. All right. Just want to take it into committee. Oh, sorry, we have residents. Never mind. Oh, what am I thinking? I'm sorry. Oh, let's hear from our residents first, and I believe they're all online.
Michael Berman is unmuted.
Michelle Berman? Hello? Michelle?
Can't hear anything.
Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Michelle? I don't think she's hearing us.
Hello?
Hello? No, I don't think she can hear us. We can hear you.
Lonnie Kirsch is unmuted.
Okay, let's move on to Lonnie Kirsch. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Ms. Kirsch? Are you there? I mean, we do have their letter of objection. These residents that are on this list.
Hello,
Yes, hello. Who do we have?
it's Yvette Rosenberg. I reside at 390 Courtleigh Boulevard.
Great. Ms. Rosenberg, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, we're
Okay.
just having some technical difficulties.
Okay, that's fine.
That's okay. All right. Go ahead and tell us your concerns.
Okay, I'm one of the signatories, as you can see, the letter of objection that has been filed, and we have six other houses on the street who are also signatories to that letter. The concerns that I have, and I'm sure my neighbors will speak as well, that we share is not about being opposed to a daycare and a synagogue in general on being placed on the corner of our street. It's about whether this particular property can reasonably handle this level of activity without changing the character and safety of a quiet residential street. What's being proposed is far larger and more intense than what normally exists on Courtleigh. The plan would cover most of the backyard, push structures very close to the property line, and remove the open green space that is typically behind the homes on this street. And that alone would make this property function very differently from its neighbors. The large rear deck is a big part of the concern. It's not a small porch for a family. It creates a whole new elevated outdoor area that allows many more people, as we've heard, to use the property at the same time. That increased activity doesn't stay contained in the backyard. It affects the noise, privacy, and how the street functions day to day. With that increase in activity also comes traffic. Daycare drop-off and pickups happen in short, busy windows on a narrow residential street like this, with no sidewalk, with no room on the property to manage it. Cars end up stopping on the street, blocking sight lines and driveways. And I forgot to mention that we have no sidewalks on Courtleigh Boulevard. So that raises real safety concerns, especially for children and pedestrians. And these impacts aren't temporary and they don't depend on how well the daycare is run. The physical changes to the property are permanent. Once the yard is built over and setbacks are reduced, the effect on the neighbors and the street is locked in. This neighborhood is made up of homes with open backyards, space between houses, and low day-to-day activity. This proposal pushes well beyond that and tries to make the lot do something it simply isn't suited for. And while an RM zoning allows for multiple residential units, it doesn't justify overbuilding a residential lot to accommodate an institutional scale activity. So just also to speak to the applicant's point with regards to the east side immediate neighbor now being owned by Chabad, those lots are not merged, so they cannot be treated as one lot. It's not about who owns it. You can't borrow space from another lot that's next to you. So right now they need to, and right now they need to be treated as two separate lots, and what is going to impact the whole neighborhood as a whole. So even though, they may characterize these as minor, what it really is doing is creating a situation where we have a residential neighborhood with now having a large institutional scale daycare and synagogue on the corner, and we're just not set up for that on our street.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I have Michelle Berman on speakerphone.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Michelle, hold on. Oh, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
For a little while now. Thank you to the committee. Just one point to add to Mr. Smiley's comment about the lack of impact on third parties. I think that there's not an acknowledgement of the fact that behind this property is also a row of some townhouses back there. And as a result, this proposed deck, I mean, I don't agree with the argument that it's not going to impact the adjacent lot, as Yvette mentioned. However, it is going to significantly impact those homes that are actually behind it, which are on Bathurst Street. So I do take issue with that comment about the lack of impact on third parties, because significantly that's going to impact them.
Okay, thank you very much.
128. I'm not sure the number exactly.
Yeah, we can see it on the plans.
Yeah. Okay.
Michelle, can you just for the record, give your name and address?
Oh, sure. Michelle Berman, 385 Courtleigh Boulevard.
Thank you.
Any questions, madam?
No. Any questions?
Thank you, Michelle. I'm
No.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Do we have anyone else?
I tried to
Yeah,
unmute Lonnie
Lonnie
Kirsch.
Kirsch is online. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Who's speaking?
Lonnie Kirsch, 389 Courtleigh.
All right.
ahead. I would also speak to the issue about other homes in the vicinity not being affected. You can see the response from the homes in the vicinity. So obviously, we do feel that we are affected by the variance requests and the effect of those requests on the neighborhood. The variance requests in and of themselves request variances to the zoning bylaw of between 50 and 100%. And in and of themselves, the magnitude of those requests cannot be considered to be minor. In addition, the proposed changes are too significant to the community to be considered minor. Proposed development of the site is incompatible with the built form and character of the neighborhood, its openness and spacing of homes, and erodes the character and aesthetic of the streetscape and is not in the public interest. The neighborhood has a quiet, laid-back country feel with many large trees forming canopy and no sidewalks. Homes are generally large and of consistent design, either modern or traditional, with consistent lot sizes and spacing. Subject property is destabilizing and does not respect the character of the neighborhood. It's visually incongruent, and the attractiveness and homogeneity of the neighborhood is a principal selling feature and the reason why a premium is paid for purchases of homes and for property taxes, which would be eroded by the proposed variances. The variances will result in a higher level of visitation and occupancy of the subject property and use of the rear yard and deck, and will lead to a loss of privacy, increased noise, traffic, parking, and safety concerns. Traffic and parking is already a significant problem on the street with 2 schools in the vicinity whose parents use the street for pickup and drop off, and this would be further exacerbated. I would also like to just point out to the committee that there was a previous variance application. None of the approximate property owners attended because none of them were notified. That was during the postal strike. For some reason, it was deemed to be sufficient to put an ad in a newspaper that nobody reads as notice, and we were completely disenfranchised from that previous hearing. I think it would have been pretty simple and cost effective for a small group of proximate property owners to receive actual hand-delivered notice and puzzled as to why this was not required.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Nope. All right, thank you very much. Is that everyone's staff that we?
We had another person, but not on the call anymore.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to the applicant. Mr. Smiley. If you could address the comments that have been raised by the residents, and particularly, I believe the letter of objection from the group of residents would be helpful if you could address that.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, let me address that. As I said at my opening, and I probably should have said at my conclusion, the variance is being requested, Madam Chair, and the concerns in the letter, and primarily by the speakers this evening.
Mr. Smiley, we lost you again. We can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
I'm sorry. Let me try a little bit louder. How's that?
Is that okay?
I
No,
hope I'm not
still
screaming.
can't. It's not registering on our recording.
All right, let me try now. How is that? Can you hear me?
Barely.
Let me try one more thing. Hold on.
I think this is okay. No?
How's that?
It's okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me raise my voice, and I promise I'm not raising it at you.
That's
the
okay.
submissions that were made this evening and the letter of objection, Madam Chair and members of committee, I appreciate them, but they're in respect of a day nursery and ancillary place of worship that's on the books, that is permitted by the zoning of a property that fronts on Bathurst Street. And I do appreciate the concerns, and I would have similar concerns, but the committee is only dealing this evening with the deck size and the location of the 2 air conditioning units. And the submissions about the variances are adding to the use and the numbers of people. With all respect, the buildings are there, you can see them, and the use of the facilities will not be increased 1 iota by the location of the air conditioning units nor the size of the deck. With respect to the property to the north and the concern raised about that property owner is not here today. If you look at the addresses of the people who are speaking and who had signed the letter, they're not immediately adjacent nor to the north. And as I said in my presentation, that setback is 5 meters and change. And we would see that as a side lot condition, because if you did look at those properties backing onto Bathurst Street, those are a side lot condition, which the setback by a bylaw would be significantly less. And the height of the deck remains the height of the deck. And we would submit that the impact that far from the rear lot line, which is really a side lot line condition, would not be more than a minor impact to those residents. So those are my principal responses, and I do thank you for the opportunity for responding.
Thank you. All right, we do possibly have some question. I have a question that you might need your colleague from Turner Fleischer to answer regarding the design of the deck. My question is, if we could just pull up the site plan. The deck, the proposed deck, take it goes over the whole back of the house, is the two units that were originally proposed. That whole building is being decked from east to west. And my question is, why have a deck of that size? Why not have a deck, a reasonably sized deck, possibly to cover the walkout from the basement, and then have a walk down to a area on the ground and create a, you know, a play area or something like that? I question the size of the requirement, or I guess the need for the deck to be that size.
I don't know if I could provide, I think I can provide a better practical answer, Madam Chair, and that is that Chabad is in the day nursery and place of worship business and have other locations. And the deck was designed to provide the outlet for the ancillary place of worship on, of course, good weather days, to have that spill out after services for raising a glass and for whatever function might be after service, and that it would not compromise the use by the day nursery, and the typical size deck that you're talking about just wouldn't be sufficient. And they started at a design that would, as you had indicated, cover the open air walkouts, but provide enough space, if you notice, enough space going to the rear that would allow some amenity space that the ancillary place of worship does not have. I'm going by that, Madam Chair. It's a good question, but I am advised that the space is required. And remember, if and when, based on the condition that I've asked for the committee to impose, if the two properties are not owned together, that deck and the location of the air conditioning units would not be legal and would have to be removed.
So that's problematic for us as well, because I don't believe we can tie a condition to an adjacent property on the approval of this property. So I believe we have to make a decision based on it as if it was standalone. I accept that the impact on the property to the east would be lessened because the owner is the same. I take that into consideration, but we cannot tie the approval of either the deck or the air conditioning units to the condition that the two properties be owned together.
Do you mind if I respond to that just briefly?
You can try.
Oh, thank you. So what the condition and the section in the Planning Act allows you to do in your discretion is to impose that condition that you deem reasonable and appropriate and is related to the subject matter of the variance. Meaning, if you as the committee feel it appropriate to be sure those variances aren't used when the ownership changes, you do have the jurisdiction and discretion to impose that condition. And if you're concerned about naming 394 in the condition I provided, you simply have to say the condition relates to 396, and if its ownership is different than the adjoining property, the variances are of no force and effect. If you were concerned about naming the adjoining property, which I respectfully say is part of the subject matter of the consent, it's not that distance to be a problem.
And how would that be enforced?
The moment the ownership change and the complaint comes to buildings, a work order would arise, and if the materials are not removed, the city would have the jurisdiction and what's it called, authority to remove them, add the cost to the tax roll.
But that's only if there was a complaint made and somebody actually knew there was a change of ownership.
Well,
correct?
I think we have some very involved residents who are not terribly excited about the use that would be very quick to raise that should that ever happen. But I can tell you that that property was purchased for this very reason, to provide the buffer that we're speaking of. So I'm not what's the word? I hear what you're saying, but this is not a situation that would go under the radar screen because the condition is a matter of record.
So on the original application, there was a mechanical unit proposed in the front yard, and it was extremely prominent, like in the middle of the front yard, which we refused because I was on that panel. I take it the proposed location of the air conditioning units is in these locations because of that refusal. I think my suggestion was that it be put closer to the front of the building. That was my original suggestion, like in a normal house. You might have the air conditioning unit in the front yard, but as it was proposed in the original application, it was not really appropriate. Is that correct, though, that that's the reason why we're seeing the air conditioning units in the side yard now?
Yes, I believe that's right, both as a matter of practicality and reducing any noise impact that those units might create, and as you say, the unsightliness of it. And given the commonality of the two ownerships, there was no issue about access, maintenance, and the typical things that the members have spoken about this evening that would concern us. So that's why they've been moved to that location to better serve that property. And again, if the ownership would change, a different solution obviously would have to be come up with, and I hate to have to come back to the committee on that one, but I do hear you.
All right. The other concern I have is that, especially now that you've explained the purpose of that deck, we were under the understanding this is an application for a day nursery. So I would have thought that the backyard was going to be used as a play area for the day nursery. So now I have concerns about that deck being used for other purposes, and the day nursery sounds subordinate to the place of worship.
It's sort of the flip of that, but I hear your point. From a practical standpoint, the day nursery occupies the main floor and upper floor, and there's extensive space in there for activities. The outdoor space, that is, from a primary standpoint, the basement place of worship, ancillary as it is, this just provides a no-brainer place of amenity space, but it's not to say that the children who are expecting to start in a number of weeks, I should say, that those children would be barred from that. That's not the point. I just wanted in the explanation to say that ideally it's to be associated with the secondary ancillary use, but certainly the children would have access to it as well as the rear yards, as you can see the space there, albeit that both spaces would be generous.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Unless I missed it, there isn't an elevation of the Bathurst Street frontage in your package, and that's from the other side, I believe. I'm just trying to get a handle on what you see when you look at it from Bathurst Street, and basically, you see presumably just a railing around the upper deck. Can you see under it to the lower deck?
No, you cannot. That's a good question, sir. No, you cannot. It's fully fenced. Bathurst Street projection and the rear lot is fully fenced.
It's not, where is the fence? Along the edge of the deck or at the edge of the property?
I believe if we can get the architect on, I can barely see it with my old school glasses here. But I'd sooner you have a more wholesome answer. Just one moment. I think, Madam Chair, if you could ask committee to ask Mr. Edward Abshayer, he would have the answer for you.
All right, we'll put him on.
Yes, I apologize.
Hello.
That's okay. Hi.
Hello, Madam Chair, committee.
Could we have your name and address first?
Edward Abshayer, representative of Turner Fleischer, the architect of record.
Yep. And your address that on
for our business, 67
Yes.
Les Mill Road, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nipfeld, your question.
Thank you. The question had to do with the Bathurst frontage. We don't have a Bathurst elevation in our package. And I'm just trying to figure out if I was standing on Bathurst and looking towards this deck, what I would be seeing. I didn't know whether you'd see the upper deck and whether you can see under it to the lower deck. And the lawyer said that's not the case. But it was fenced. I'm confused. Is it, what do I see as I look at the property from Bathurst where the deck is?
Right. If you're standing on the sidewalk on Bathurst Street,
Yeah.
along the property line, there would be a fence. Currently, there is no fence because they have temporary hoarding in place, but along the property line, you would have a fence in place. And that fence would cover essentially your lower sight line of, there we go, thank you very much. Your lower sight line of the deck. As you can see from this street view photo, underneath that on the left-hand side of the elevation, that canopy underneath it is the existing deck. And even from this camera angle, you can see that the deck is not visible from that that temporary hoarding.
Okay,
So
and is the hoarding where the fence would be? Does the fence continue out to the end of the property or just as far as it's shown there?
it would go all the way around the property line, sir.
Okay, and how high is the fence?
It would be at a, please wait one moment. It would be approximately, I believe, 6 to 7 feet. I'm just looking at the landscaping drawings here. We can adjust the height as necessary, but I
Okay,
think it'd be
and
about
it's
7 feet.
it's along the entire Bathurst Street frontage from the back of the building to the back of the property.
That is correct. The entire property line.
And is it a wood screen fence?
It is a hardy board fence.
I don't know what hardy board is. Could somebody?
It is essentially it would be like sort of wood esque.
Oh, okay, okay. But just to clarify then, you said you wouldn't see the sight line of the base of the deck, but you would see people on the deck, I suppose, or there's some sort of railing on the deck as well?
You would have a guardrail around the perimeter of the deck. You have to have the guardrail. That's a life safety item for the building code, which is why that's shown in those 2D elevations. In terms of people would be visible, you can see in this photo there are the 2 existing decks. So if someone was standing there, you would certainly see them even in today's situation.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Any other questions for the architect? No? All right, we'll go back to Mr. Smiley. Any questions for him? Or are we willing to take it into committee now? All right. All right, let's go into committee. Oh, dear. I can start. Oh, Mr. Nipfeld, go ahead.
You can go up if you want to.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is more challenging than I thought it would be. But I don't disagree with the planning department's analysis of what we need to look at and the action that we should take. I think the deck is unreasonably large, notwithstanding the fact that we're not supposed to be considering that it's a daycare and a place of worship. It's a very big deck, and it's going to have a lot of people on it. And I don't frankly think that it's compatible with the area. It's too large, and it's too large a magnet for activity. In terms of the air conditioning, I think there's problems with the air conditioning being that close to the property line. And as you indicated, Madam Chairman, I don't think there is any feasible way of allowing for those to be provided if the ownership next door changes, or not, only if the ownership doesn't change. I don't know how you would ever be able to police that, and how you would ever follow up and whatever. I just don't think it works. So having listened to everything that was discussed today, and I appreciate some of the clarification, particularly from the architect, I really am unable to support the application. I agree with the planning department that the application should be refused.
So I'm struggling with a few things. I really don't have a problem with the air conditioning units. We've approved other air conditioning units in side yards, and I don't think it has, even if they didn't own that adjacent property, I don't have a big concern because people do have air conditioning units in their side yards frequently. The deck concerns me. The deck, from what I understand from Mr. Smiley, the lower level of the building is being used as the synagogue. And so why are they going up to the main floor where the day nursery is? And that would be their gathering space. It doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know why they wouldn't do that large gathering area on the ground floor level. You could still build a deck of some sort. Sorry? But not this big and not there exactly. I also have concerns with the day nursery operation and outdoor play space for the day nursery. But anyway, I think the deck, you know, I supported the use originally in the first application. I don't have a concern with the use. I have some concern with this deck. It just is, I think, too large, and I don't think it really, I think it could be designed differently. I think it doesn't need to be at that level. You know, noise carries at that level, and the neighbors further east are, you know, could be somewhat impacted by it. I don't know. That's kind of where I struggle with it. Mr. Allison, do you have anything to add?
I think you've summed it up well. It's challenging, and you're trying to fit a commercial, you know, occupation in a residential neighborhood. I think we were sympathetic to the fact that it was at the edge on Bathurst. It doesn't front on Bathurst. It fronts on Courtleigh, and it's zoned residential. So you can't just disregard that. Yeah, it is a challenging one. I'm very sympathetic to this community in North York. I grew up with it. But I also, you know, there has to be a line somewhere. I think this is just, it's just too much in the rear yard. Maybe that type of deck with that kind of setting, you'd see more appropriate on a commercial lot to facilitate that type of activity. We didn't really, without even getting into that, even if it was just used as a daycare use, the structure in itself, I couldn't in any application, I couldn't see getting approved by this committee. It's just, it's tough, even directly adjacent to a major road like Bathurst. Yeah. So, I've seen a couple of these applications come forth where we try to fit more of a commercial operation into a residential zone. It's really challenging. I'd almost wish that, you know, we'd be dealing with we hadn't been in a residential zone. It'd be much easier to support in this case. So, yeah, I stand by my colleagues' comments.
All right. Who wants to make a motion?
This will make me very unpopular. I move that this application does not meet the 4 tests, and as such, I recommend that the application be refused.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. All in favor? That is carried. The application's been refused. All right. We are on item 29, 114th Edith Drive. This is an application to alter the existing semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition. Variance for floor space index. Excuse me. On file, we have a survey, plans, cover letter, supporting material, and a petition of support that has approximately 20 signatures. We finally are at your item. All right. You are the applicant?
Yes, my name is Armin Melkonian. I'm the owner of the property at 114 Edith Drive in Toronto.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, I actually have a text from him that he sent me on during the holiday. That I do have the text. He does support the plan. Yes. Actually, there wasn't any objection in the entire EDITH block.
All right, we don't need a presentation, so we'll just take this into committee.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That was the only concern I had. There's really, this is an extremely minor application. It's minor, small addition. It's very consistent with what's been going on in the neighborhood. It clearly meets the 4 tests, and my only concern was why the attached semi may not approve of it, and in fact, that's not the case. He does. And so on that basis, I'd like to recommend or move approval of the application without condition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allison, second?
Yes.
All right,
Chair.
all in favor? That is carried. Application's been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
All right, item 30, last but not least. 64 Cheltenham Avenue to legalize and maintain the dwelling as constructed. We have variances for building length, building depth, front yard setback. On file, we have a previous decision from 96, cover letter, survey, revised plans from October 21st, 2025, superseded plans, presentation, tree photos, Toronto building order to comply, counselor letter, and 4 letters of objection, as well as a late staff report. All right. We have our applicant in front of us.
I'm not the applicant.
Oh, sorry. Applicant's online.
Hi, good evening. It's Glenn Rubinoff for the owner.
All right, Mr. Rubinoff, let's start with a brief explanation of why we're here today.
Yes, sure. I would like to start just with a clarification. There was some question as to what the nature of this application is for, and I wanted to be clear that there was no work done without permits. There was a building permit put in place. There was another permit submitted for the rear deck, excavated area under the rear deck. This application is simply for the excavated area under the rear deck. The building itself is, if you read through the staff report, there's no effect to what is currently on the property right now. No visible effect, no impact. It's simply an extended basement under the deck, which was built. There were foundations. It was always meant to be a deck there, and that's not the variance here for the deck. It's the space underneath the deck, which, you know, rather than fill in with the dirt, the clients wanted to see about having more storage space under there. There are 3 variances before you. One of the variances, variance number 3, was an error in through the zoning examiner clarified it, and you'll see that in the staff report as well, that variance number 3 is not necessary, and it's effective. I'm effectively removing it from the application. So there's really 2 variances before you. The 2 variances before you are for building length and building depth, and it's strictly related to the excavated area under the existing deck. And I can tell you that I read the letters from the neighbor, I read the letter from the counselor, and I think there was a clear misunderstanding of what this application was all about. But there was no intention to extend the building or do anything beyond. And what you see on the outside will not change. And we have, if you read through the staff report, it came in late, but they did write a report which basically says that they are of the opinion that the proposal is consistent with the existing pattern of development in the neighborhood and maintains the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw. They also talk about the length, how the building itself is under 19 meters, and that the length that we're talking about is for the portion under the deck. So they have no concerns. The counselor, we reached out to the counselor with clarifications, with a summary. We wrote cover letters. We also provided them with the staff report, but I've not heard back from the counselor on this. I think the counselor wrote this letter prior to hearing from the city on their position, on the planning department's position on this. But I believe that this is a very minor application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think I zoned out when you were talking about the front yard setback. So you're eliminating the variance
There
three?
is no, yes, it was an error on the zoning examiner's agreed. It was not necessary and an error, and that we removed it.
Okay. And then I don't see, maybe I'm looking at, I think I clicked on the revised plans. I don't see the basement plan. Is it in the package?
It should be. It should be in there.
Maybe it's in the superseded plans. I'm getting tired. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't see it. Yeah, I don't.
Just to clarify, the order to comply is because when we submitted for revision, the inspector came out and said, okay, this, you either need to fill it in or go to committee. And we said, well, we'd like to try a committee because of the limited impact. We felt that it was a reasonable request, and so does planning feel that as well.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Staff have it up there now. Hold on one sec. So it says unexcavated, but it's excavated. Is that the point?
Yeah.
On the plan, it said unexcavated.
Yes.
Okay.
But it has no impact on the exterior elevations or anything that would be visible to anyone outside of the building.
All right. Any questions of the applicant? All right, let's hear from the resident. Or
Are there people online?
there are, but we'll hear from you first.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to the members of the committee. My name is Patrice Dutil. I'm the owner at 66 Cheltenham. I'm the east neighbor to the property at being discussed, 64. I'm very much opposed, as are all my neighbors, all the neighbors that are bordering on the property at 64 Cheltenham, opposed to the application based on the process and based on the actual reality. We were opposed, as was the city councilor 2 years ago, to this project because it's a very large house. It is a house that projects into the backyard in a way that no other home does between Cheltenham and Buckingham. It is a massive invasion of our privacy at 64 Cheltenham, and it also robs us of a great deal of light. I included a picture in my written submission that clearly illustrates how this home dominates the backyards of all the homes that are abutting to 64 Cheltenham. This is a serious building. It is not a minor variation, or whatever the term you use. And you don't see what you don't see there. On top of that is the balcony This is not a regular balcony. This is a concrete steel balcony with a substantial roof on top. What the builder has done here is created basically an extension to his home with practically a first floor, a main floor, that will jut into the backyard far more than the image will illustrate. That porch could easily be fenestrated, closed in effect, becoming a full main floor with an excavated basement. Now, of course, we don't see the basement, and the architect is correct. It doesn't have any visual impact. What it does have an impact is on drainage. This home is enormous. On a regular 50 by 150 lot in Lawrence Park, it is literally robbing us of drainage. Where is the water going to go? Now, the builder did two things since this project was approved 2 years ago. On top of excavating the basement, they've also built a pool right at the border of the borderline with the neighbor on Buckingham. In effect, we're looking at maybe 20 feet of lawn, and we don't even know what's going to be there. Is it going to be a concrete patio? We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's being planned. What we are afraid of, however, is that there is no place for water to go. So our objection is that this was done surreptitiously. Essentially, a first floor is being built far beyond the building standards. The maximum length for a building is supposed to be 17 meters. This is going to be 22 meters, 21.8. It is dramatically overwhelming to the neighborhood. It's not a minor variance. This is becoming an iceberg building, and we are vehemently opposed to it. Last but not least, keep in mind that a precedent is being set here. 2 years ago, you were told that this was not a precedent-setting building. We knew this was, in fact, a precedent building. But the argument was made that many other homes in Lawrence Park have significantly high GFAs. And this was simply in keeping with that. But this is a simple 50 by 150 lot. It is not a trapezoid lot. It's not a corner lot. What we have here is a domination of a building on 64 Cheltenham that will dwarf the rest of our yards, that robs us of canopy. Oh, by the way, all the trees were removed on that property, all of them. And an application has been done to injure our tree at 64 Cheltenham, but that's a separate matter, I recognize. All this to say, Madam Chair, people in the committee, I'm opposed to this 64 Cheltenham, as are all our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? All right. I believe we have some people online.
Through you, Madam Chair, we unmuted Eric Metivier.
Okay.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Eric Metivier. I am at 65 Buckingham Avenue, directly behind the subject property. I also object to the legalization of the variances that have been discussed today. I did attend the original hearing on this property and objected at that time, and I fully understand that we're not here to relitigate that. What I'm asking the committee to do respectfully is just to enforce that decision. It's been very clear that from the beginning, this property was approved, and then the owner proceeded to build the house they wanted to build in the beginning, starting with the footprint of the actual house. The original plans that were presented to the committee had trees that no longer exist in the backyard because they've been removed, and the original drawings did not show a pool. So a swimming pool has been excavated. There was a tree protection zone that was established around a very large Norway maple that belongs to my neighbor to the east. That tree protection zone fence was moved by the owner or their contractors, and then removed back by the city at which point a stop work order was issued for the pool. The pool has a very, very direct impact on the privacy of our yard. So the excavation today, which sits unfinished because of the stop work order, is not 2 feet from our fence line and extends almost the entire width of the lot. And so, as Mr. Jutil mentioned, the porch that was constructed already has a direct impact on our privacy. It is elevated many steps up from grade and runs the full width of the house and will be suitable for entertaining a very large number of people, would be my guess. The pool aggravates that situation, as does the removal of the trees that were originally in the drawing. And the last point I think I'll make on the tree protection zone is, as much as the tree belongs to our neighbor, it does affect the shade and privacy of our yard as well. And so the application to injure that tree, and by the way, it is not being applied for, it's already been injured. The excavation's been there for months, will directly impact us as well. And so my request is to reject the proposal and enforce the original conditions of approval for this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, next.
It's Michelle Power.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So good evening. My name.
Your address, please.
Michelle Power at 67 Buckingham Avenue.
Thank you.
And my backyard is directly north of the backyard of 64 Cheltenham and 1 lot east. I've lived there for more than 33 years. I strenuously object to this overreaching application. It fails the 4-pronged variance acceptability test. At the outset, I want to state that I am aware that under the Planning Act, every matter before you must be viewed de novo, notwithstanding prior proceedings before the COA. I guess that this means that the behavior of the applicant, which in my opinion, thumbs their nose at your previous decision and now seeks your blessing for doing so, is somehow to be ignored by one and all. In any event, looking at this matter in the de novo manner required, here's my presentation. The variances being requested are certainly not minor variances. The applicant is now seeking a whopping increase of 28.24% to maximize building length and a huge increase of 14.73% to maximize building depth. I want to note that the applicant's representative has filed a map of COA approvals for similar variances on surrounding streets. But this does not take into account, one, if any other significant variances like those already given to this applicant were also given for those properties, and two, the 3 other major new factors affecting 64 Cheltenham, which I'm about to discuss. So firstly, the site plan filed by the applicant is incorrect, and it omits crucially important details that occurred either this summer or which have been approved since then, all of which are highly relevant for you to consider. A pool at the back of the yard with a concrete patio and walkway stones is planned. In fact, the large pool hole was dug in July 2025, resulting in a stop work order dated July 31, 2025 under the tree bylaw, which has now been lifted. On December 1, I was advised that forestry has approved injury to my Norway maple protected tree and removal of the applicant's remaining protected tree in connection with the pool, pathway stones, and concrete patio. And a permit is to be issued pending some conditions. Secondly, all of the trees in the backyard at 64 Cheltenham, including large protected trees, have either been or will be removed. As I just stated, the applicant's remaining protected tree is to be removed as per forestry approval with a permit to come. Thirdly, if you allow for an excavated basement below the covered cement patio, which extends beyond the boundaries of the building, this would amount to a very large reduction in permeable soil, allowing for far less drainage absorption than if the area had remained unexcavated under the covered cement patio as in the original plans that were approved. I would suggest that this is similar in effect to a dreaded iceberg home situation that the city finds so disturbing that it is planning to provide for new bylaws in the coming months. It is the combination of allowing for one, a large excavated basement below the covered cement patio, which extends beyond the boundaries of the building, with two, the planned pool, walkway stones and concrete patio, and three, the removal of all backyard trees at 64 Cheltenham, which renders the requested variances not appropriate at 64 Cheltenham, because it would mean that much of the permeable soil of the backyard necessary for proper drainage of water will no longer exist. This is especially a concern for this particular location due to a history of flooding issues in Lawrence Park. You can look up, there's some environmental studies and plans to deal with the flooding in our neighborhood, but particularly plaguing the backyards directly behind 64 Cheltenham, as you saw in the flooding photos in Schedule 1 of my written submissions on file. And I invite you to look at them if you haven't looked. It's pretty striking. Even if it doesn't rain all that much, this is what we're dealing with all the time. So go tell me where all that water is going to go if it doesn't get worse. In conclusion, because the requested variances would not be minor, and due to the serious drainage impacts and associated impacts on groundwater and stormwater management, the requested variances should therefore not be approved. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No. All right. Is that everyone, staff? Thank you. All right. Let's bring Mr. Rubinoff back to address the comments that have been raised.
Hello, thank you very much. So I heard a lot of comments about the landscaping, the drainage, which are not zoning issues. I can't speak to the inspections that have taken place on the property, but the issues before today are not related to that. It's just simply related to the extension of the basement under the deck. The city planning, it's not, first of all, the iceberg home discussion that was mentioned a couple times refers to sub basements, basements below basements below basements, and this is just an extension of the existing basement. It's not an additional floor or anything of that nature. I will say that the deck and the cover, the porch in the back, that's all been approved. That's not what we're here today. That the length is strictly confined to the extension to the basement. I'm sorry that there's such such issues with neighbors, and I would encourage my client to speak with them and try to resolve some of the landscaping items that have come up. But I do feel that there's more of a discussion about stuff that's happened in the past as opposed to what's before them today, or before you today. So I respectfully ask that you look at the city planning staff report, even though it came in late, but they simply state that this is in keeping with what has been approved in the area, and tying us to the site plan is a way of controlling any potential changes, and we're agreeable to that. And we're also eliminating variance 3, which, as I mentioned, was an error on the part of the city zoning examiner. I believe that the requested variances before you are minor in nature, and I would ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? No. All right. Ready to take it into committee? Okay. Let's go. Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The issue before me right now is basically it's this cold storage room that's been poured and the rather substantial deck that's on top. If this wasn't approved, I'm not sure what actual change would be noticeable except for the lady that commented about drainage. There is a loss of permeable paving area, permeable area for absorbing water. And I think that would still be an issue. In terms of the impact of the building on the neighborhood, I don't see the approval of this basement building or a basement room as being all that unreasonable at this point. And I appreciate it was misleading to you. I gather that you didn't believe that this was going to happen, and here it is. The larger issue for me is, what if it wasn't approved? Is it likely that the rear end of the building is going to be torn down? And I doubt very much that that's going to happen. So I think looking at what we have before us and making the best of it, I'd be inclined to take the planning department's suggestion that the building length be as shown on the site plan, which doesn't show the cold storage, and that the deck that's on top, that there be a condition attached to ensure that the deck doesn't become enclosed, so that it remains open on three sides. I think it's the southeast and west side, so that it always remains a deck, and it doesn't, as one of the gentlemen mentioned, doesn't become another room to the building. So looking at what we have before us, I think that's perhaps the most reasonable option, and one that I'd certainly consider.
Shall I go next?
Sure.
I mean,
I think were you in the original approval of this back in
I
24?
don't think I was. I checked the minutes. I
saw
thought I
you on
was.
there. Okay, but go, I'll let you go.
Was I? I thought I was.
I mean, you,
If I was, I didn't support it, I think. I don't know. I remember an application in this area because it was near the circle, and I remember not supporting it. But I would not support, if this application came forward today, I would not support the additional building length and depth. And I've seen these other applications in Lawrence Park, and given I think as the resident mentioned, the nature of these lots, it has a big impact, these big giant porches. So I'm of half a mind to not support it, but then it stays, it gets filled in or whatever, but it's still a porch, and we can't put a condition of having it remain open. So I'm a bit torn. So I think I'm siding with Mr. Nipfeld in that it's not ideal, but it's not changing anything that's there right now.
yeah, I mean, it's interesting because we have a previous approval, which we evaluated, and now, we have another they're coming back with another application before us, and we're actually see the built form, right? And it's certainly challenging. It comes right up to the edge in terms of where I'd be comfortable with respect to the initial approval in building length and depth. So this addition on the rear is challenging. It's challenging because it doesn't really have any effect on the massing. Like if you were standing outside in the backyard directly adjacent, you wouldn't know if it was filled in or not. So, I mean, that's. Yeah, I understand that. But there's I'm not a hydraulic expert, and there's other ways to mitigate water. If they filled it in, yes, they've got more area underneath, but then you've also got the porch on top. So it's not like you're going to have a tree or green space grow there. You know, I'd be very, very upset to see the structure on the back, the porch structure, if that was not built according to what was approved, because as I stated, I really think the initial approval was right at the line. They really pushed as much as they could, right? The above grade. Well, it's worse because you've now, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think given that it has an order to comply, it's somewhat on Toronto Building's radar. They're probably going to look at it. And I think it comes down to, for me, what is the impact of this decision? I don't like it. I don't like approving a building length and building depth variance that I would not have supported in an original application. But then, you know, whether it was done covertly or not, the porch was approved.
The porch is approved.
Was
Yeah,
approved.
that's not up
And the
for,
porch is there.
yes.
My concern is that at the time, it wasn't specified that that porch remained open. And now we have the opportunity to fix that. At least that gives me a little bit of comfort that they can't put walls up on it and extend the massing. That's
Yeah.
already extensive, I think. But it's a technical thing in the bylaw about if the porch is excavated or not, right?
Right. Yeah, you're right. And to your point, from the initial decision back in April 2024, we had not included that condition. I believe I chaired that with Carol and Peter. Shaheen was on that panel as well. Yeah, I think that's critical. Like as I said, I think this in terms of what was approved, it's right at the limit. It was not an easy decision initially. If you asked me if I'd give any more on it, the answer would probably be no. But it's challenging, like to your point, the impact in this case, you can't physically see it. And if it does enable us to put in that condition of ensuring that the porch at the rear remains open, then I'd be amenable.
Because if we don't, if we refuse the application, we can't put that condition on.
No.
So. Mm-hmm. Or. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced either from a drainage standpoint that the footing of the concrete that's in the ground is going to come out. I just think the dirt would be filled in. So how does drainage get under that? How does water percolate under that deck? Yeah. I think I'm in line with you guys on this one. I'm willing to support, but we've got to have that condition in for the porch above.
Yeah, it's a.
Because you're allowed to put footings. I mean, the porch is there. It's allowed to have footings. Whether they're piles in the ground, which is typical, or it's got a continuous foundation wall underneath the porch. That's not part of it wouldn't trigger any different zoning if it's just a footing, right? Footings aren't included. So I mean, our hands are a little bit tied on this one in terms of you could refuse it, but I also don't want to make a decision out of spite because,
No.
you know, they went and did something that, which is, it's upsetting, but
It is.
it's, you know, you want to do what's best here. If, Madam Chair, if you think that, the inclusion of a condition, concerning the porch above, would be beneficial, I'd be supportive of maintaining the cold room above, or below, I should say.
I think it provides a little bit of comfort. I mean, it's not perfect, it's not ideal, but I think that, sorry, sir, you're not able to speak now. It provides some assurance to the neighbors at this point, because if we approve it with that condition that it remain open, they're obviously going to notice if it starts to be enclosed.
Yeah, I'll just say this, had there been any change to the exterior, the massing as a result of this cold room being there or not, it would be a no, decision for me. But it's just the fact that there's, you actually cannot tell that it's underneath the porch and that the footings are already there. I can't, it's difficult from a standpoint to, refuse it. And then also knowing that, you know, you don't have that condition of the porch enclosure above is a little less satisfying. So I think for me, it's fine if you,
It's also a lesson for future approvals when we've got a deck out the back to, we frequently ask that they, and it's covered, we frequently ask that they remain open, but perhaps we also put a condition in that you can't build under them to avoid this.
we had a few that this has come up today. We've had the excavation under the deck.
We did earlier.
And we put in conditions, to subsequent applications as a result of this coming up earlier. So
Do we have a rear elevation?
I think there's one included on the revised.
Oh, here, finally.
Yeah.
So that basement access is beside the porch, is it?
It's
From the-
from the basement stair and from in the
From the
basement.
bottom.
There's two doors that connect.
Side. There's a walkout that goes down and there's a door, and there's also a door from the basement into the storage area.
Oh, okay. Like that one this morning.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yep.
All right.
Motion?
Motion.
Yeah. You want to do it?
Sure. I'll make a motion to, do we have any conditions on this other than the
Planning.
Planning has that the building like to be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan.
Okay, and we'd also like to include a condition that the porch above
Oh, yes.
remain open.
The rear, what do they call it on their plan? Covered concrete patio, although it's more than a patio, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you use the words they do, then the examiner knows what we're talking about.
True, but isn't it a deck?
It's a covered concrete patio. What would they have? I would call it a deck, yeah.
All right.
Okay, I have motion to approve the subject application, with the condition noted in the community planning report and with the condition that the, that the rear deck above, remain open on, can I say all sides?
I
Three
think
sides,
Remain open is sufficient.
remain open
Remain open and unenclosed.
and unenclosed.
Yeah.
And perhaps refer to it as the covered deck because it's already got a roof.
Sure, staff, can we revise that, to the covered deck? Mr.
Covered-
Nitfill suggested.
It's called a covered concrete patio on the plans. Thank you. All right. Mr. Nipfeld seconds that. All in favor? That is carried. All right, that was a
I make a motion to adjourn.
doozer. Yes, you may, Mr. Allison.
Thank you. Make a motion to adjourn the hearing. And thank you, Madam Chair, for subbing in for me today.
You're welcome.
Probably would not be able to make it through to the end without you chairing.
At 7:55?
No, probably not.
No, sorry, I'm just
Oh, yeah, motion to
Time.
adjourn at 7:55 PM.
TOD.
say you guys need to